your mic.
You said the mic? Okay. All right. The meeting will come to order.
Recording in progress.
The meeting will come to order. May I have roll call, please?
Trustee Buelna,
Present.
Trustee Fong,
Here.
Trustee Henderson,
Here.
Trustee Hoffman,
Here.
Trustee Moreno,
Here.
Trustee Vela,
Here.
Trustee Vettis,
Here.
Trustee Martinez.
Here.
Thank you.
So we're going to do the flag salute here at the ESC. We're going to have Vice Chancellor Coroner, who happily volunteered to say the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone can please stand. Vice Chancellor Coroner, thank you very much for that. Again, welcome everyone. This is as Omicron is developing and the district's overall COVID policy. We have 4 board members, the Chancellor, and a few folks here at the ESC. Everyone is fully vaccinated, fully tested, fully everything who is here. We have some board members who are on the call. Again, we're trying to use the best advice from public entities and consultations to understand our path forward. So, for those who are, but we're trying to make sure that we maintain access at the same time to everyone. As we begin today, we would like to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Professor Cecily Sweeney, student, Miss Valentine Orellano Peralta, and actor and hero, American hero, Sidney Poitier. Miss Cecily Sweeney was a longtime music and humanities professor in the Arts and Humanities Department. She most recently taught at LA Southwest College this past spring as an adjunct instructor. Dr. Sweeney passed away on December 14th, 2016. Ms. Valentina Orellano Peralta was a student at Los Angeles Valley College and briefly attended a class in the fall semester and was enrolled in a winter session course. Her instructor, Ms. Navard Katonian, described Ms. Valentina as a sweet, humble, beautiful soul. Valentina's life was taken too soon on December 23rd, 2021, when shots were fired by a police officer in Burlington Coat Factory who had opened fire on a man suspected of assaulting a woman. From every vantage point, this is a devastating tragedy, and we are certainly heartbroken. Mr. Sidney Poitier was known as the first Black Academy Award winner of Best Actor in the 1963 film Lilies of the Field. Mr. Poitier was Hollywood's first Black matinee idol who transformed the way African Americans were portrayed on screen and played roles that changed the American perception of race. He was known as an icon of racial enlightenment and opened the door to a new generation of Black actors in the film industry. In 2009, President Barack Obama awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom for fostering improved racial tolerance through the roles he chose to play and his relentless devotion to breaking down barriers. Mr. Sidney Poitier passed away on January 6th at the age of 94. On behalf of the entire Los Angeles Community College District community, we extend our deepest condolences to the Sweeney, Orellana Peralta, and Poitier families and friends at this most difficult time. Thank you very much. But if we could take at least a few seconds of silence for the 3 individuals who passed away from our community. Thank you. Before we move to approve the order of business for today's meeting, Chancellor, are there any changes in the agenda?
Yes, Dr. Buelna, and good afternoon, members of the board. Yes, there are changes, just one that I want to ask for your consideration to the posted agenda. We would like to move item AA2, Notice of Revised Board Policy 2900, to action category Z. recommendations from the Chancellor. For the record, the action item will be listed as Z4, approval of board policy, suspend board policy 2410, and approve the revised board policy 2900. No other changes, sir.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda and order of business?
So moved. Second.
Trustee Vella moved, trustee Fong second. Any comments? Okay. Roll call, Lupe?
Student trustee Martinez,
Yes.
trustee Bona,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Moving on to the approval of minutes, may I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the December 15th, 21 meeting?
So moved.
President Fong, well, you were president. Always in our heart, trustee Fong. Trustee Fong, may I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Moreno, second. Comments? Roll call?
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Bona,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, pass. We're now going to move on to reports from representatives of employee organizations. And just so everyone knows, here at the ESC, we have no ability to see the hands are up. So from the representative tables, Lupe, you'll call out who you see has hands up. So do any of the members of the resource table wish to be recognized at this time to make comments before the board? If yes, the board recognize each member of the resource table requesting recognition for individual comments. Okay. Anyone wish to address the board from the resource table?
We have President Limbaugh. Or should we wait to see if we have union members first?
No, we're going to go through the order as
Okay.
though there were
Okay.
folks who were here at the ESC. So I'm assuming if there's any comments from AFT, from Local 99, AFT 1521A, Teamsters, everyone down the line. I'm going to assume that President Waddell is on the line.
I am,
How did I guess President Waddell?
because you have magic vision. Okay, is my hand up? Is my hand down? Are you calling on me?
Yes, I'm calling on you.
Thank you, President Buelna. For the record, Joanne Waddell, President of Los Angeles College Faculty Guild, AFT 1521, representing the 5,000 faculty on our 9 college campuses. Board President Buelna, trustees, Chancellor, we begin this year facing a myriad of challenges, some new, some ongoing. These challenges include enrollment decline, a problem for which the Guild has often offered solutions repeatedly over the last 8 years. As a survivor of the layoffs of 1986, I have firsthand knowledge of how quickly things can go south. Don't go down that path. These challenges include an enrollment process that is difficult to maneuver with insufficient help getting students to the starting line. These challenges include campuses not prepared for students, staff, or faculty to return to. Notably, at this point in time, ventilation systems that have not been cleaned or upgraded yet. In fact, they're waiting for approval on today's agenda. These challenges include decisions made about the place of remedial education and lifelong learning in our learning community, which have significantly contributed to declining enrollment by driving away unprepared students and students who have experienced now quantifiable learning loss. These challenges include internal barriers set up to block effective hiring in HR, in finance, and IT, as well as other frontline workers in our group. And while we're focused on the workers, I have 2 words: respect us. Respect us. Respect us, and respect our work, and pay us what we have negotiated with you in good faith. Pay the negotiated faculty stipends. Following our consultation on Monday with the Chancellor, and in addition to conversations with the trustees, the Chancellor has offered a timeline of the end of February 2022 to receive our stipends negotiated 9 months ago in May 2021. In addition, as a result of hearing very personal and compelling stories from faculty about real-life impact of not receiving the promised stipends, more to come in a few minutes, the Chancellor is offering emergency checks, although we have no details about this process, nor of the impact on subsequent paychecks. So while the timeline is still months later than it should be, and emergency checks will be helpful to many of my colleagues, the fact that faculty are not a priority to management still haunts this discussion. I speak today in support of my colleagues who will be speaking truth to power and in support of a message to management that faculty will not be ignored.
Thank you, Ms. President Woodell. Next person from the resource table,
Mary
Ms.
Jo?
Joe.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mary Jo Vigo, acting president of the Teamsters. First, I'd just like to say I'm pleased to have worked with the labor units to conclude the effects bargaining of board policies 2800 and 2900. I look forward to signing ratification of that MOU on behalf of our members. And as we continue to live in the tumultuous time of the pandemic and with the Omicron variant, our members are concerned about their health and safety. During our fall membership meeting, we had a panel of members throughout the district speaking about remote work and the remote work pilot. Members shared their personal and operational benefits. Now, as the remote work pilot comes to an end in the next few weeks, we are eager to hear about the possibility of an extension, the site in the pilot, and what the next steps and opportunities for telecommuting might be. Thank you and happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Next person, Guadalupe.
In the resource table?
Are we sure? Local 99? Is it?
Nope.
We've never
Oh,
missed
here we
Local
go.
99.
Okay, once you said that, we got to raise hand. Miss Hazel Alonso?
Okay. Ms. Hazel Alonso?
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Chancellor, colleagues, and guests. Hazel Alonso, President for AFT 1521A Staff Guild. I am speaking today to implore the need for a serious consideration and thought to halting or at the very least decreasing our in-person services at all of our 10 work sites. With the influx of the Omicron variant, the notifications for COVID exposures have jumped exponentially. We understand that there are colleges, as previously mentioned, that are participating in the telecommute pilot, but it's not enough. Majority of our colleges have still asked for 100% presence of the classified staff. And it is unfair for those that are coming to work every day and putting themselves at risk. Emails that previously were just indicating 1 or 2 exposures have now jumped to double digits. And this week alone, I've seen notifications that were 13, 14. I think last night there was one for 36 notifications. So, my members have asked time and time again, what more does this administration and this board need to witness to garnish a reaction? Is there a number threshold that's being waited on that needs to be met before a decision has to be made that it's now time to worry? Like, we question why cannot this administration go above and beyond what's currently being asked? So I am, with all my heart, beseeching those who are listening, who have the power to make the necessary changes, to please do so. We're asking for you guys to do better and to care more because we deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Guadalupe?
There's no more hand raised. Raise your
Okay.
hand, please, now if you need to speak from the
Monday?
resource table. We're
Okay.
good.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you very much. So we've received the Chancellor's monthly report, which includes activities at the college from the college presidents. Do any of the presidents wish to further comment or highlight anything not included in the written report?
Dr. Gallagher is first.
Dr. Gallagher?
Yes, thank you, Board President Wilna and the rest of the board members and Chancellor Rodriguez. Happy New Year to all of you. I'm really pleased to let all of you know that LA City College was awarded a federal grant for basic student needs in the amount of $987,000 over a 3-year period for additional support and collaboration among our major programs and student services: EOPS, CalWorks, TRIO, and DSPS. This will give additional financial support, food and housing, textbook supplies, basic needs assessment, case management, tutoring, and mental health. So we're really excited to be able to do the work that we're doing on student basic needs. The second thing I wanted to let the board know is that I had the great honor and pleasure to be presenter at the Golden Globe Awards last Sunday night. They asked people who were recipients of Hollywood Foreign Press Association grants to make the presentations, and I presented for the best song and the best musical score, and it was a great experience for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gallagher. President Gallagher, so who was the winner of the best song?
The best song was Billie Eilish for No Time to Die.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're closely paying attention to your report, President Gallagher.
Good movie too.
Dr.
Guadalupe?
Rahman, next.
Okay,
Thank
President
you so much. Yes, Board President, Buena, trustees, Chancellor, colleagues. It's going to be kind of hard to top, I'll be honest, but I will tell you that I want to mention ELAC is actually engaging in some retention activities the week of the 24th, whereby we're actually going to take the last 30 minutes of the classroom of all the in-person classes, and we're taking students onto the actual registration, make sure they have indeed register. This has been a strategy that I think is important because we're seeing a lot of retention issues. So we want to make sure that all the students that are in the winter session have already enrolled for the spring. If they haven't, we're literally taking them class by class into the what we're calling registration days. We're going to do that in Southgate and Monterey Park the week of the 24th. We're also doing in-person presentations, 3 to 5 minutes, in all of our 200 plus sections we have for the winter to make sure students have the information they need. This is important, again, for retention purposes. We do see a significant drop of students from one term to the other. So we're literally going to get in there, get the students, make sure they're registered and they're not to leave on that day until they have their spring courses on hand. So that's something we're doing the week of the 24th. We're offering incentives. We got the enrollment fair that day. So something I want to report for the trustees, the chancellor, anybody who wishes to join ELAC that week is going to be our big push for spring. Thank you for that. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much.
President Barry Gibbons.
President Gibbons?
Yes, thank you, Board President. Well, now, I'd like to share a couple of updates similar to Dr. Roman. We're laser focused on enrollment management efforts, aggressively managing sections, like I know all my colleagues are, hosting enrollment fairs. We have a good solid increase in dual enrollment for the spring, and we're starting to get some outreach efforts putting together for the first time in a long time. We're able to be in person, so we're excited about that. Of course, we continue to do a lot of work related to COVID too, with contact tracing that was briefly mentioned before, making sure that that's done, as well as taking steps to ensure we mitigate transmission like sanitation, masking, physical distancing, and testing. So a whole variety of efforts. Of course, it's constantly a challenge juggling staffing with folks in isolation and quarantining. But I think the campus community is really doing a nice job stepping up so that our students are served. I do also want to mention briefly with Guided Pathways, we have a lot of amazing activity happening. On the agenda today, there's an item related to canvas shells, helping to create canvas shells for our career and academic pathways. This is going to be really important, a new effort to engage students and help promote creating a sense of community, which will improve our retention. Of course, next month, we're getting close to Black History Month. There's a lot of wonderful activities that are planned. Just want to recognize Dr. Coney with our MOJA program. I know he's busy working with his colleagues and other Moja programs, and they'll be announcing a calendar of events soon. And then the last thing to briefly mention, one of our amazing faculty members, Dr. Haas Harakelian, just received a proclamation before the break from West Hollywood for her incredible teaching pedagogy and overall LGBTQ plus activism. So great work, Haas. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. President Limbaugh.
Thank you, Board President Welna, and greetings to all of you for 2022. I'd like to give you a quick thumbnail sketch on some of the achievements in terms of enrollment increase at West. First, I want to celebrate the faculty in our science division who increased their enrollment in the winter session by 14%, which is our highest winter enrollment in the sciences in the college's history. So we're very proud of that. In terms of other efforts, we have 15 Zoom information sessions that are planned in the next 4 weeks, topics ranging from academic programs to how to prepare for math classes to success tactics for online classes, and 3 big registration dates planned through the end of January. On the consent calendar today is a dental apprentice partnership with West Coast Dental. To give you some background on that, in just 3 months, over 40 students who've participated in this free training program have been hired, and it's a program that was made possible by state incentives providing registered apprentices with free tuition at a community college. I also want to make sure that you all understand this is part of West's ever-growing apprenticeship initiative. And in this particular effort, 100% of the program participants are Hispanic Latino, and 61% of them had no prior college experience before participating. We're very proud of that because through the program, we can provide them free laptops, books, and supplies through a state incentive program. And finally, I'll close by saying that our Aspen recognition has generated some concrete interest in that we got a $27,000 unrestricted donation to our foundation because the donor knew about the Aspen Institute and was impressed with the fact that we were able to be one of the 150 top candidates. We're very proud of that. So thank you for the time to report.
Thank you. How much is the grant again?
The donation was $27,000. The grant, I'll have to get that exact number. I don't think it's that.
I meant the same thing. The donation. Thank you.
$27,000.
Okay, that's a big deal. Thank you. President Orellano from Mission. Ornelas. Sorry, President Ornelas. I apologize.
No worries. Good afternoon, President Buelna, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. I'd like to share, alongside with my colleagues, all of us are proactively engaged in enrollment. Today, in fact, Mission College begins its first weekly, what we call triple E events, Eagles for Early Enrollment, where we have one-stop enrollment efforts that include admissions, financial aid, counseling, vouchers for our bookstores, vouchers for our Mission Cafe, and vaccinations and testing as well. So really excited about our weekly events. Also wanting to share that we were recently awarded a Google Career Readiness Grant, where Google will provide industry certified certificates, several certificates around improving digital skills for our students. So really excited about that. And then finally, want to begin by thanking Trustee Veres. So 2 budget cycles ago, Senator Durazo was able to fund an earmark that allowed the district to partner with the Latino Theater Company. Finally, we're seeing the fruits of that, and Mission College will be hosting a course that begins in the spring, where our students will be taught by the renowned Jose Luis Valenzuela, and they will be able to view at minimum 3 plays at the Latino Theater Company, and then have an opportunity to have discussions and dialogue with Jose Luis Valenzuela on social justice issues around those particular plays. So that'll happen this spring. It'll be open obviously to everyone, and we're really excited to move forward on that front. And you'll be seeing a press release that Maria Veloz is currently working on. That should be coming out next week. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, President Ornelas. President Vanderwood?
Good afternoon. Board President Buelna, trustees, and Chancellor. Glad to be here and have an opportunity to share just a little bit. Happy New Year to all of you. I just want to start a few things that we're doing. As my colleagues have mentioned, we're all really looking at how we maintain the students that we have and bring in more students. We'll be hosting our first virtual open house on January 22nd. And then we're certainly cognizant of some of what we're seeing with Omicron. And so we're going to be doing a virtual open house and utilizing a variety of spaces and rooms throughout the day of January 22nd. And this will also complement ongoing phone calling campaign for our Stop Out students and tying into the other activities that we're having on our campus, including going into the classrooms of existing classes. We started the winter with about 106 of our 300 plus sections are actually on ground. And so that's also offering us the opportunity to visit and connect with those students and have our faculty do the same thing, visiting those classrooms. We are also creating we're in the process of creating a video series introducing alumni of LA Trade Tech College, as we use this as a part of our overall marketing plan. We're also interspersing video of events such as a couple of you attended our Gold Thimble fashion show last December. And so we're really adding this to our ongoing marketing campaign. We will have about a little over 60% of our spring classes are intended to be on ground, and we thank our faculty who have been just so incredible with looking at how we work through and continue to get our students back. A couple things that we're also doing as we look at the retention of students. We are utilizing some of our HERF-related dollars to start our 1,000 loan program. Which means that by the fall, we will have 1,000 computer units that we will utilize to loan out to our students on a regular basis. We're also implementing what we call our Dean Liaison role with high schools to assist in liaisoning with high school principals as we work through and increase our enrollment through dual enrollment. I lastly want to mention that we are continuing at the college to look at all continuous improvement, and we'll be working with experts from around the state. Dr. Helen Benjamin working with our college with respect to governance work, and also Pamela Deegan, who leads the Enrollment Management Institute that has gone on for several years. Will be working directly with our college and providing additional support with scheduling and so forth on our campus. We are also planning on African American History Month, and we'll be sharing more information as it becomes available with those events. I thank you so much for this time.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. We're going to go to Dr. Bradford, who's stepping in for Dr. Awan, who's on jury duty.
Thank you so much, Trustee. Right now at Southwest College, there's a lot of exciting things going on. We are in a enrollment recovery. If you notice our enrollment numbers for winter and spring, you see that Southwest College is starting to recover enrollment. Part of the reason for that enrollment recovery is that we are mailing out class schedules to our students. We sent out postcards to our students who have not enrolled to encourage them to enroll and continue to pursue their education. Although COVID may be a barrier, it should not stop them from getting the education that they so deserve. We are also encouraging our students to take one more class to get closer to achieving a certificate or a degree. We have a number of students who are enrolled in 6 or 7 units, and we feel that by encouraging them to take one more class, that not only can we increase our SCIF numbers, but also too, we can get those students matriculated faster and transferred and into jobs. We're also calling students taking a book out of or page out of the book of some of our other sister institutions. We continue to send email blasts, And one of the good things we're doing right now is we're expanding our footprint on our dual enrollment and our concurrent enrollment. We're picking up more high school students and we're introducing more middle school students to the courses and the programs that we offer. We're also looking at, for the fall, of looking at multiple entry points for our students, offering 5-week, 12-week, 16-week, and 15-week courses, along with our 8-week courses, and mixing in more and more of our online programs as we begin to seek in the future a substantive change to offer more of our courses in the online modality. And last but not least, we'll be also looking at taking advantage of our high flex classrooms that are in the process of being created right now. As you're aware from the newsletter, the college will be holding its recruitment event called School Days on January the 22nd, the same day as Los Angeles Trade Technical College. So we expect a big turnout for that. And then, of course, as all of our 9 campuses are doing, we continue to make progress towards our self-evaluation report, as we know that the ACCJC is expecting that report to be submitted by August the 1st. So thank you, trustee.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bradford.
President Buena?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to comment that I really appreciate that thorough report. And I think it touched base on a lot of kind of questions that the trustees might have on enrollment. So I just want to appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Interim President, Harbor College, Dorado. Interim President, I apologize. I'm not sure if you did have your hand up. I had you down on the list. Okay, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. 2022. Happy New Year, everyone. Feliz Año Nuevo. Again, I'm gonna follow up my colleagues in regards to all our enrollment events that we're having at Harbor College. We are hosting weekly Harbor Advantage enrollment registration dates every Wednesday. So we are doing both outreach and in-reach. Yes, we are going old school in regards to serving our students. So today we had about 45 students join us in our virtual registration. We will be hosting a few Saturdays as well. So every week on Wednesday, we are doing our registration events. I want to be the first to invite you to one of our Black History Month events, our virtual African American read-in, scheduled for February 11th from 10 to 11 a.m. And then in regards to vaccines, we're doing vaccines on the 13th, 14th, and the 25th and 26th of this month. And then before we broke, we had 2 events on campus that served our community at large. One of them was a partnership with Northgate, where we distributed 10,000 toys to all the children in our community. It was also partnered with our Maslow Basic Needs office, which provided food for every participant. And then, of course, our culinary arts couldn't be left behind. They provided a pound cake for every participant. The second event, and I want to thank Trustee Henderson at the Harvard College Foundation. We raised $10,000 to match our Title V Hispanic Serving Institution grant that we received in the amount of $3 million. So kudos to our team. We also honored our foundation, our philanthropist of the year, which was Philip 66, and our individual philanthropist of the year, which was Jerry Kuzar. He also donated on this day. And then, of course, the reason why we raised that money, because of all our students that attended, especially, and our alumni students that returned for the event. And I also want to give a huge shout out to our culinary arts program that had an awesome dinner for our guests. And so thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you guys.
Thank you very much. President Aguilar, you're going to close us off with your report.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Board of Trustees and President Wellna. I have a very exciting news. The Pierce College Choir has been invited to participate at a music celebration, and it's an international alliance with the United States Air Force and the American Veterans Center, and they've been invited to go to Washington, D.C. and perform at the Kennedy Center. And So they are inviting not only our students in the choir, but other members that would like to join and not be part of the choir, but attend the event. So we're very excited about that. I will be personally working with the foundation and a team of faculty members. And we need to thank Dr. Avakian and Professor Gaga, as she is very well known by our students. And she's done an amazing job. So we are really excited about this incredible honor for our students, our choir students. Similar to all of the other colleges, Pierce has been highly engaged in creating a new modality to try and see how we could engage our students to register. So this Saturday, a team of us, about 20 of us, were at the college. We called students and they were immediately referred to a service on Zoom. The students loved it because they got immediate attention to their needs. So it's a model that we are going to now continue to do weekly and weekends. And of course, we will have, so our events are going to be hybrid, so virtual and on campus, also on January 10th, 22nd. And you can see my weird background, virtual background. I like to introduce you to our OWL technology. It means online world learning. And this is a new technology that we can have in our classroom. It's a little owl that faculty will be given. We're holding workshops. Faculty are learning how to do this. You carry your own owl into your classroom, and you can have students remote, and you can have students on campus listening to the classroom instruction. So this is a new pilot that Pierce is launching. It's similar to what a high flex classroom is going to feel like in terms of future environment. We currently have between 60 to 80 classes that will be offered in this format for spring of 22. And of course, we could not have done this without the tremendous effort of our DE department, Wendy Bass, our partnership with AFT and the Senate. We had consultation and we jointly just took the first step and said, let's try this and see how it's going to work. So it's a great opportunity for our students and for our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the Washington, D.C. Presentation, it would be interesting if if someone there would live stream it, and maybe our social media teams can really promote it, because it's awesome and it's a big deal, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and encourage it to be used in all kinds of ways. But thank you very much. We're now going to be did I miss anyone?
No, sir, we're good.
Okay, excellent. So we're now going to move on to public comment. Are there any persons signed up to address the board regarding regular agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you sure, Guadalupe?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we have 28 for non-agenda
No, I haven't gotten
items.
there yet. I'm getting there. Let's see. If there are no public speakers, then we'll move on to public speakers of matters not on the agenda. Are there any signed up to address the board on matters not on the agenda?
Yes, sir. I have a list of the people, the individuals. that
28,
signed up.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are 28 names. Since the board rule apply for a maximum of 20 minutes per topic, and we have 28 speakers, more than 7 speakers, may I please have a motion for each to be allocated 1 minute?
So moved.
Motion by trustee Vela. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Henderson. She was quicker than you, trustee Moreno. And you have louder audio, so you should have been a little faster there.
All right, thank you.
All right. The motion has been seconded. Any comments? Okay, give me 1 second. Roll call?
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Fung.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes. For purposes of us, Guadalupe, do we have 28 or 29 speakers? Which list is it?
We have 28, and then we have one written comment to note it for the record.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's the is because that. Okay, the first speaker will be Sandra Cox.
She's currently not in the room, but as if she can please raise her hand.
So I'll do this. I'll call in threes. Okay. So Miss Sandra Cox, Sheikha Satori, and Lauren Foster. And when you speak, the speakers, again, Guadalupe is going to have the control of the clock here. And please identify your name clearly. Any of the speakers ready?
I am ready.
Okay.
We got 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay.
I
You
can
can-
begin?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lauren Foster. I am from East LA College. I'm speaking on item number D2, non-payment of stipends. Faculty went above and beyond in 20 and 2021 to move courses to online. Specifically in my department, I had colleagues helping me to move online. They shared resources and helped me not only with the DE certification, but also in that in East LA College notified all faculty that in order to teach online in 2021, they needed to complete their DE certification. I really worked doubly hard to get all of that done before the August 31st deadline. I hired babysitters, knowing full well, according to the MOU signed in May of 2021, that I would be compensated according to the distance learning certification, the remote course conversion. You can imagine my dismay to see that the district failed to pay the stipend me and my colleagues have worked so hard for. The district's excuse that it was not just one person or that they had to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Sandra Cox who's available? Okay.
Shaka Satori, in the same subject, is on the panelists. Shaka, can you unmute yourself and speak?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Shaka Satori from the LA Southwest College Community Coalition. Based on your own district data, there's been a consistent decline of Black student enrollment at Southwest College, with a rapid decline beginning in 2018, prior to the COVID. In 2019, at a meeting convened by the LA Community College Board, College District, Black Faculty and Staff Association, then trustees Svanken and Buelna boldly spoke of the downward trajectory in Black male enrollment. They proposed in July of 2019 that the board set aside $2 million definitively to address Black male student enrollment. Later, women were included. When the question arose, what happened to the proposal, we were given the understanding that the Board of Trustees never advanced the effort. I reference this because you had two board members who clearly saw the rapid decline in 2018. They had the courage to admit it, sought to do something about it, which was positive and encouraging until we were told that the board never advanced the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Satori. Is Ms. Sandra Cox available? Okay, I'm going to list in order, and I'm going to go back until because I know folks may have a little hard time in getting connected. We're going to have Nubia Sell, Ruby Christian Broham, James McKeever, Brian Walsh, Mario Escobar, Jen Vaughn, and Kevin Smith. So I'm going to go back up. If Ms. Cox is she available? You can just say yes, no.
We'll skip her.
Okay.
She's not available.
Nubia Sell. Nubia. Ruby.
Good afternoon. I'm Ruby Christian Brome. I'm the AFT 1521 Dr. President at Los Angeles Valley College. As a faculty leader, a cornerstone of our relationship with the district is based on mutual respect and trust. One does not exist without the other. We need you to meet your obligations to pay us for completed work.
We clearly understand that the district has been unable to meet their obligations to pay our negotiated stipends on time. The inability to implement agreed upon policies such as the payment of stipends is unacceptable. The implementation of policies is the foundation. It is the foundation for us to trust the negotiated promises that are made by the district. Without trust, there can be no respect. Pay our stipends now. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Nubia Ciel is here.
Okay, Nubia.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to express my opinion here about the stipends. Working 30 to 40 hours, taking training and advanced training for online teaching in every manner, along with certification to teach online and hours spent creating shells for online classes, working with training students and colleagues in the use of technology, Zoom and Canvas, phone calls, emails, and texts to recruit students, additional courses taken to meet equity training. All of the above were done with the interest of satisfying department and college and district demands, and to keep students enrolled and retained. I would like to know the reason why the district and decision makers don't want to provide the existing stipend money to those of us who have gone above and beyond. Especially as part-time adjuncts are not compensated for any efforts made and work out of goodwill and concern for the college. Please take in consideration our needs and our valuable time and efforts to provide for the college and the district and the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McKeever?
Good afternoon, James McKeever, Pierce College. During the early stressful, uncertain times of COVID, we took the time from our children, spouses, and loved ones to convert classes online. I spent numerous hours up till 2:00 a.m. taking on an online Canvas course and converting the 5 different preps I had. I was far from alone. Our union negotiated in good faith a stipend to reimburse the faculty for the we had to spend to convert our courses and receive proper training. This delay in this payment is just another sign of the disrespect faculty have endured from the district. For years, we've been downsizing and laying off adjuncts and calling it class cuts. This pandemic has further caused harm and suffering to the most vulnerable amongst us, our adjuncts. That stipend was a lifeline to them, and you did not keep your word right around the holidays. We can no longer put up with this dehumanizing disrespect. Respect us, we've earned it. Now it's your time to earn it. Pay us what we are owed and implement the district WEC recommendations for a safe return to campus in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McKeever. Brian Walsh?
Hi, my name is Brian Walsh. I'm the chapter president at Pierce College. And I remember back in my life, whether it's restaurants, retail, or even this job, times where I did not get paid, where I got paid incorrectly. And I was forced to really ask for what I was owed. And what I remember thinking was that this was an indignity. You're leaving yourself vulnerable to tell the person you work for how much you need that money when they don't care enough to pay you. It's offensive. Not getting paid is an affront to your dignity. And you're about to hear from a lot of faculty, people I'm very proud to represent, that are going to make themselves vulnerable to you and express how much they need that money, how much they're counting on that money. And this is money that they've earned. And the fact that it happened during the holidays is just salt on the wound. So please, when you hear my colleagues speak and leave themselves open, remember they have dignity, and that's what we need you to respect. And we need to be paid properly and on time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do one more check for Ms. Sandra Cox. If our team sees her in the waiting room, please bring her in or let her know that we're going to go next to the next 3 are Mario Escobar, Jen Vaughn, and Kevin Smith. So Mr. Escobar. Hearing none. Jen Vaughn.
Good afternoon, Jen Vaughn, representing LACCD College. As a department chair, I'm responsible for relaying information and directives to my faculty. They rely on me and trust me to give them accurate information and most of all, not to lie to them. You made an agreement that if we completed our training by the end of October, we would receive our stipend in December. We held up our end of the bargain, you did not. In doing so, you have eroded our faculty's trust in campus leadership. Your actions don't reflect any care or respect for the work we have done to transition all of our courses online and help our students succeed in this very trying time. After passing the buck to leadership to your failure to comply, it's also very clear that you don't respect honest communication and accountability. I encourage you to ask yourself, did you do everything in your power to assist the district in processing these funds? Perhaps you need to reevaluate what that means, or reevaluate what the word trust means in trustee. We deserve what we are promised. We want honest communication and accountability. We want our stipend. We want it now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Kevin Smith. Is Mr. Smith on?
I believe that Los Angeles Film Kitchen is Dr. Cox. I just got a text, so I'm going to let her in.
Okay. While she comes in after that, we have Kevin Smith, Alma Cortez, Kurt Duffy, Roxana Sanchez. So we'll wait. Is Ms. Cox coming in?
Yes, she's coming in just now.
Give it just a few seconds more. We can always come back.
For some reason, it's not letting her in.
Okay. We'll move forward with Kevin Smith and Alma Cortez. Mr. Smith. Kevin Smith. All right. Alma Cortez. Alma.
Hi. Can you see me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Afternoon, Chancellor Rodriguez, Board of Trustees and colleagues. My name is Alma Cortez, and I'm a faculty member of the Child Development Department at Los Angeles Pierce College. And I'm also the parent of 2 young children. At the beginning of March 2020, my children were 3 and 5 years old. I worked full-time around the clock to continue to earn my tenure status, parent my child in Zoom school, find a childcare solution for my son when his preschool closed, manage my household, serve my students, most of all. I honestly was barely hanging on, but I made it through one of the most stressful times of my life and my career, and it's not over. I'm asking Chancellor Rodriguez and the Board of Trustees to consider the amount of time and work we put into our this time at the expense of our own families and even our own mental well-being, often giving to our students when we had nothing else to give. We have done the work, and we respectfully ask for you to please extend to us the promised stipends so we continue to build trust in you and this system. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Cox, are you in the room now? Okay, she's trying to get in.
Okay. Kurt Duffy. Okay. Roxana Sanchez.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was waiting for Kurt. I saw that he was before me.
Who do you want to go?
Oh, is Kurt here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I'll wait.
Mr.
Hi,
Duffy.
I'm Kurt Duffy, grievance rep, Pierce College. I was glad to receive the email from Chancellor Rodriguez taking responsibility for the lack of the DL conversion stipends. We are told we should receive these payments by the end of February. Good, but we shouldn't be here, not if we truly have a shared mission. We, the faculty, delivered. I personally recruited a number of faculty for DL training. The stipend was finally a huge motivating factor, but that stipend didn't arrive. Instead, faculty heard from Vice Chancellor Gordon, no one is to blame. Vice Chancellor Gordon must not realize who signed the MOU or who is ultimately responsible for the operation of the LACCD. I understand the district has numerous operational challenges, but so do faculty. And yet we showed up January 4th, online and on campus with syllabi, course outlines, and the requisite awful jokes. As board members, It is
Thank you.
incumbent on
Time's up.
each of you to investigate, analyze, and remediate such dysfunction. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, hi, Roxana Sanchez, Counselor, Los Angeles Southwest College. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today in regards to the stipend. The lack of trust and betrayal and negligence is how I feel in regards to waiting for the stipend that did not appear in December after doing the work and going through the Canvas and Cranium Cafe training. However, the air of failure and negligence also permeates to the hiring and covering up of individuals with criminal backgrounds that hold leadership roles in the district, individuals that have domestic violence and other types of things in their background. So why, when we ask for help, that we are ignored? Why? Is it because we're women, women of color? Why do we continue to be discriminated based on our backgrounds, our ethnicity, and our race? Is it not negligent to continue to let certain individuals lead us, especially during this COVID surge? To bring us back during this COVID surge that is highly transmissible and to further strain the LA healthcare department? Is it not negligent to ignore the... Is it time?
Yes, that's the 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison Manos? Ms. Manos? Pablo Garcia?
Present.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if you could see me.
We can.
Thank you very much. Board of Trustees, Chancellor, my name is Pablo Garcia, representing East Los Angeles College. I just wanted to address all of you, each and every single one of you, of our commitment that we had of making sure that no single student would be left behind during this COVID crisis. Every one of us has been impacted by this, including myself. Loss of assignments. This winter session, 0 assignments. During this time, we negotiated and we agreed to the stipend, and I just ask all of you just to please do the right thing. I've given up countless hours of creating courses on Canvas shells to make them available for our students. And the commitment that I've given to myself, I expect that same commitment that you have for us as faculty. I've given myself countless hours away from my daughter, from my family, and being the situation that I'm in, I'm sure that there's many other faculty. And this was something that was promised to us. And I just ask that you commit to that promise and that you pay us our stipend. Do what is right.
Your time's up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Buelna, we have Sandra Cox on the panelist now.
Oh, excellent. Ms. Cox? Ms. Sandra Cox?
Unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, we see you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Cassandra Cox, daughter of the founder of Los Angeles Southwest College, Mrs. Odessa Cox. My concern is with the increase in non-credit and decrease in credit courses at Los Angeles Southwest College. Credit courses are designed to ensure that our students graduate, transfer, or become certified in disciplines that offer employment. Southwest College has been the hub of this mission for our community since the 1960s. Many residents and community leaders are very concerned and have made observations about the decreased offerings of credit courses. Examples we have discussed are cutting classes before the designated enrollment time to achieve the number of students required, archiving classes that are needed for transfer and graduation, and as a result, students
I'm sorry.
elsewhere those needed classes and remain at those go-to institutions that provide classes to facilitate their graduation and transfer. Once they leave us, they stay at the go-to college, graduate from that college, and never come back to LASC. We lose the graduate, the transfer number, and we get the reputation of not offering courses in a timely fashion to meet the students' education plan that was planned by them and their counselor. According to Raymond and Odessa
Thumbs
Cox,
up. Thank
the
you.
community needed a community college then, and we still need one at LASC now. That is to remain a fully accredited community college embodying all aspects of the mission of the credit coursework across the academic curriculum to promote graduation, transfer, certification, logical synchronization. While the need for some non-credit coursework is understood, the degree to which management has gone to write a particular narrative by canceling, transitioning, and reducing credited coursework is unacceptable. Why was this position of dean of non-credit credited? The CTE that supervise non-credit and develop the credit programs have now been given to the dean of non-credit to now supervise. He was pushed out and forced to leave the seek employment elsewhere. The chancellor and this board of trustees need to understand that we need curricular offerings without early cancellation, deletion, archiving, and credit programs to non-credit programs at LA Southwest College. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Kenyatta Baker. The next three speakers, Kenyatta Baker.
Bakir, Kenyatta Bakir, I'm here.
Oh, Ms. Bakir, my apologies. Ms. Bakir, you have 1 minute.
This is, do they turn off?
Yeah, I guess it turned off.
Oh, Ms. Bakir.
Okay. Greetings. My name is Kenyatta Bakir. I am professor of child development at West Los Angeles College, also AFIC rep as well. I concur with all of my colleagues and what was just brought up. We have all done the work and need to be compensated for the time. I also teach the dual enrollment at Hamilton High and University High and had to transition all of those courses along with my other colleagues in a matter of overnight. I am DE certified, but also helped and assisted other people to become DE certified. You all have an opportunity to rectify this wrong and to create an environment for this year coming. So listen to all of the requests, take them to heart, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next three speakers are Luciano Morales, Ralph Trofe, Eric Miller Tate, Ozzy Lopez. Oh, the next five. And
okay, so 4. I have 4 minutes.
Oh, they said your name already?
No, Ozzy Lopez is not going to show up, so there's at least 3. We have 3 minutes to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, the next speaker is Luciano Morales.
Also, I hadn't brought it up before because I had planned to have.
Mr. Luciano Morales, and if the folks who are on can make sure and keep yourself muted, please, because we can hear all the conversations.
It up already.
Luciano Morales, you have
can I be heard? Dear Chancellor and Board of Trustees, my name is Luciano Morales from LA Trade Tech's non-credit division. And this Sunday, as I was endlessly working hard to make sure that the only Spanish-speaking non-credit program in our district, Avanza Los Angeles, remains functional for spring 2022, I had a moment. I stopped to think to myself, why am I working my ass off as a non-credit adjunct coordinator of faculty? Why? Well, the answer is straightforward. I am thinking of the Spanish-speaking non-credit vocate and ESL assignments that I outreach and coordinate for, and of course, of the most vulnerable non-credit student population to remain active during this COVID-19 world. You see, we non-credit adjuncts and all fight with you with this re-engagement plan, whatever it takes to hold the fort. So just like our non-credit syllabi, we promise and deliver. So we hope you can do the same with the stipends.
Thank you very much. Ralph Trofe.
Am I heard? Can you hear me? On Christmas Eve, I was informed that the stipend for switching to online teaching would not be paid. 1,000 adjunct professors who were counting on that stipend to help pay their rents on the table had been told they weren't worth the time and effort. Charles Dickens could not have imagined a more deplorable Scrooge. In 21 consecutive years as an adjunct at trade, I have seen a president who resigned in disgrace rewarded with a job in the chancellor's office, a vice president dismissed for embezzlement, given another job in administration, a man with a history of sexual assault in another district hired here, now interim vice president. This is the message you send. We take care of our own, and to hell with the rest of you. Good work is not rewarded. Dedication is not rewarded. Virtue is not rewarded. It is a demoralizing message to send your faculty and a terrible example to set for our students.
Thank you very much. Erica Miller-Tate.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Dr. Erica Miller-Tate, representing the counseling department at LA Southwest College. 20 years ago, when I began this district, I was marveled with the leadership that encompassed levels of authenticity, truth, compassion, integrity. Unfortunately, we now have an administration that fosters betrayal, negligence, and lies. 2020, my faculty colleagues and I saved this district. We spent countless hours, sacrificed our spring break in order to convert courses and counseling services to remote capacities. However, faculty in the district level do not recognize our true contributions. They would rather have threats thrown out of termination of faculty to don't return to unsafe campuses in the spring, despite the surge in Omicron cases. Actually, this administration chooses to protect a disgraced student services administrator with a history of sexual harassment, bullying, retaliation, numerous complaints, and simply one campus to another where he can inflict more harm on female faculty. It is a shame that we have to wait 2 more periods to get paid. Adjuncts deserve this. We deserve this. Respect our work, pay the stipends today. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Ozzy Lopez, Luo Ilan, Dr. Alberto Pimental. So Ozzy Lopez. Luo, Mr. Ilan.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm from West Los Angeles College, and I'm an adjunct faculty. And through this pandemic, I understand that everybody has something happened to them in life. For me, I just lost my husband 2 days ago. I don't even want to be here say anything, but I realize if all hurt and the people sitting in their office get a regular check, they don't understand what we go through as an adjunct faculty. We have a bill to pay, and it's a joke. We have asked for what we already negotiated, well, they deserved 8 months ago. They have all the excuses, but the faculty, we never had an excuse to say we're not ready, so we don't teach. They have all the excuses for 8 months. And I don't understand how the administrators can sleep at the night. You don't go to work, right? I think it's my time. Thank you.
Ms. Ilan, I do want to express our condolences on the passing of your husband.
Thank you.
Dr. Pimental, Mr. Rueda Flores, and Felipe Agredano. Steven Rueda.
Yeah, that's Steve Rueda Flores. Thank you, Chancellor, and Board of Trustees. We met the commitment as faculty members to be certified to teach online. We made a huge commitment. We ask that you make the same commitment that we make, that you ask us to make to receive this stipend. Countless hours away from our family. Right now, there's a lack of trust and negligence and a lack of confidence in our leadership. Please give us that confidence back and give us what we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Felipe Agredano.
Yes. President Buena, trustees, and Chancellor Rodriguez. At ELAC, our college voted double to grant monies for students due to the pandemic and offer grants in spirit of goodwill. As faculty, as you know, we uploaded 10,000 classes district-wide in 1 week, 2 weeks. We thank you for your actions taken to negotiate the pay and the stipends in good faith. These stipends will go to our faculty needs, particularly at East Los Angeles College, in particular, adjunct faculty in non-credit, social sciences, Chicano studies, where I teach. And across the college, many have struggled to place food on their table, have adequate housing, a roof over their heads and their families, and medicine to family members with special needs, as well as other daily expenses to take care of. I teach my students about engagement, responsibilities, and I know the district will ensure that timeliness of the stipends met. So I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. I do want to go back to one of our speakers. We had a speaker, Miss Yalan. If the president from our college could reach out to her, I think that would be appropriate. Christopher Strickland, Leslie Trujillo, Natalina Montero.
Hi, thank you. Christopher Strickland from Pierce College. As we approach Martin Luther King Jr. Day soon, I invoke his powerful words at this time, fitting to the non-payment of stipends to the hardworking LACCD faculty. King stated in April 1963 from his letter from a Birmingham jail that whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. LACCD faculty went above and beyond in meeting our teaching obligations by moving courses to online remote instruction in 2 weeks during the spring of 2020, foregoing our spring break. We have met our obligations to our students and the district. Now, with the increasing surge of the Omicron variant of COVID-19 in Los Angeles County and throughout the nation, stipends will positively help all faculty, their families, and the whole district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Leslie Trujillo.
Hello, can you hear me? See me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right,
And-
hello. Hi, Chancellor Rodriguez, the Board of Trustees, and everyone. I want to thank you for the email sent out today and just remind you of a quote from Stephen Covey on the speed of trust, on the one thing that changes everything. And he says, the trust we have in people and in organizations comes in part from believing that they do care. And so along with the stipend, I just remember being in a meeting with all our faculty, our coaches, and the announcement came that we would get the stipend from all our work that we did under very stressful times, which was a relief, which was great gratitude so that people could take care of the base need of survival. If you're trying to survive, you can't perform. And we were trying to perform very under stressful times. Then knowing that we weren't going to get it again on Christmas was very tough for a lot of professors and adjuncts or professors, but for everyone, knowing something that we were grateful for and excited just to take care of our security was then taken away was really hard. And so I'm just asking that you think about what it does affect when trust becomes an issue, when you say you're going to do one thing and then it shifts and changes, especially
Time's up. Thank you.
Your staff. Thank you.
Natalina Montero.
Good afternoon, everybody, and Happy New Year. I usually don't come to this, I come, but I don't speak at all. But I have something else that is going to show you the breakdown of the system of LACCD. And this is sad, because if I've been waiting for an assignment for my student for 8 months, you know what grade that student will get, right? An F. I put a paper in personally for employment verification. The federal government is forgiving some of our loans, those of us that have paid 120 payments. And it's been 8 months. I haven't got a response. My husband did the same thing, 3 months, 6 months, no response. We put a paperwork in at Santa Monica College. In 1 week, they were back to us. This is a breakdown in the system that we need to take care of. And I mean, all of us, okay? We need to be careful what we're doing, the message that we're sending, that we do the work, but like President Waddell says, we are ignored by the administration and HR. Again, if I was grading you guys right now, you all would be getting Fs from me. We thinking twice.
Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you, Ms. Botero. We have, is Rachel Cerdeno on on Zoom? Or was it submitted?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cerdeno?
Hello. Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. I'm Rachel Cerdeno. I'm representing ELAC and I teach ESL and basic skills to our immigrant population. I'm speaking on behalf of non-payment of the stipend. And when I've been hearing, we went above and beyond what we had to do this past a year and a half. The above meant to me that I developed an injury in 2020 that was very painful. I had to go through 2 months of intensive acupuncture just so I can be healed and get on with my work. I didn't feel safe going into the hospital to take care of this need. So teachers instructors have been the unsung heroes, essential workers throughout this pandemic. And so this stipend to all of us, please grant this to us. It's just telling us that we matter. Teachers create success for the students that overall benefits the community. And this also helps increase enrollment. So let us know that we matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have a comment by Roanna Thornock that was a submitted public comment. I just wanted to make sure and put that on the record. I'm going to, before I ask if there's anyone else, we have a few speakers that didn't speak. Mario Escobar, Kevin Smith, Allison Manos, Ozzy Lopez, Dr. Alberto Pimental. Are any of those speakers on?
We have one more, Grace Chi.
Okay, but before we get to Ms. Chi, did those speakers that are on the list, it's gonna be one final call, once, twice, gone. All right, go ahead, Guadalupe.
Let me move her over. Okay, she's coming.
She's in the room now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Grace Chi. I am the AFT 1521 West chapter president. Thank you, Board of Trustees Walnut, for recognizing our faculty, Heidi Lowe, who just lost her husband. I don't know if you could still see me or hear me. We faculty at the LACCD, we love our jobs, we love our students. I'm very proud of our faculty who stood by our students and delivered since 2020 when the pandemic first hit. We worked hard to convert our courses from in-person to online. All of us, we sacrificed our spring break. Many learned Canvas and Zoom for the first time. Many worked from the crack of dawn to night every day. Some even purchased a laptop and cam for the first time. We learned how to take photographs, made videos, created Canvas shells. I am proud of our faculty for our sacrifices. We did our part. What about you? This district is quick to discipline. I have a number of West faculty who received letters today and texted me, and yet slow to deliver stipends and wages as promised to us union leadership for November 2021. Per California law, faculty should receive interest and fees that go late checks. Thank you in advance for improving the respect and partnership with our faculty. Thank you.
I believe there's a Zach Knorr that wants to be recognized.
Come over to the panelists.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Knorr.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Board of Trustees and Chancellor, for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to second all of my colleagues, what they've said before. We were asked to transfer all of our classes online at a very stressful, difficult, and uncertain time. The faculty did that in 2 weeks, and yet the district has not been able to fulfill their end of the bargain now in more than 8 months. I do think this is a matter of disrespect, and it does show a lack of care and concern for the faculty. I would like to extend that to the current situation as has to do with COVID. Right now, LAUSD has last week said 15% of their students and staff are infected with COVID. Schools all up and down the state have moved their classes online temporarily until things get better. I think it's quite clear that if our numbers are anything like LAUSD, and I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be, our campuses will be super spreaders for faculty, staff, students, and the broader community. So I would ask the board to really rethink the current strategy as concerning COVID, and that this is a further lack of respect and lack of concern, not just for faculty, but for
Sir. Thank you.
everybody on our campuses and our communities as well. Thank you.
We have one more, Dr. Elizabeth Thornton.
Okay.
Hi, I'm from Valley College. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I mean, stating the obvious, stipends are not extra perks. They're compensation for investments made and hours spent for hardware, cameras and microphones, in my case for software, access to interactive platforms, Kahoot, Nearpod, Meter, what have you, and especially for the countless long days and nights it took to train and to convert our courses so we and they could function in entirely different modalities. At the same time, and particularly around the holidays, many of us, myself included, are responsible for helping others' households make ends meet because of the pandemic's impact on people's livelihoods. So it's under these circumstances and after a prior multi-month delay that the district failed to live up to its agreements, a failure which reflects the district's priorities as much as its challenges. This is unacceptable, and if we can't trust your word, we'll have to work to increase our leverage and to put more tactics on our side of the table come the next bargaining cycle. So I really hope that you can live up to your obligations.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Closing out, we're going to now move to presentations. I believe Trustee Hoffman, I think you want.
Thank you. Yeah, can I just make a comment, President? Well, now, first of all, I want to thank all of the public speakers for coming forward and being so open and honest. And, you know, Professor Walsh, you said it perfectly. I've been in that situation. It doesn't feel good or comfortable when you've been told you're going to be compensated for something to then have to come forward and say, hey, I really needed that money. So your voices have been heard. Chancellor, I would just like to, you know, put a little extra pressure and find out if there's something the board can do to support maybe bringing in more folks to get these checks processed, or if we could somehow prioritize maybe adjunct faculty stipends get paid first. I don't know. If there's something the board can do to support getting the stipend checks out as soon as possible, I think we would be happy to do that. And again, I just want to thank everyone for coming forward. And I do want to say one more thing. The folks that process the checks in payroll and IT are classified employees who have been coming physically to work. And I have a sense maybe we're short-staffed, people are out with COVID and other issues, and I'm sure that has something to do with why the stipend checks are so late. But Chancellor, we're here to support you and your team, so whatever we can do to make sure folks are getting paid, because this is certainly not a way we wanted to start out the new year. But thank you, everyone, for your comments.
Okay, moving on from
President Bona.
President Bona.
I did want to also.
I think there are some additional comments from the board, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to comment briefly. I just wanted to echo Trustee Hoffman's comments about looking into the possibility of bringing in additional resources. I do want to officially apologize on my behalf to the families of our faculty, to faculty itself. I completely understand, been in that position before. I am confident that this will never happen again from our administration, and therefore I do believe that we should be steadfast. And Chancellor, if we could please look into, and I know you have already mentioned certain solutions, the emergency checks as well, if we can highlight how those would be accessible as well, I'd appreciate it. And I would also appreciate and continue to appreciate our 1521A staff that has been working really hard on this as well. So thank you.
And we'll round out the comments because we have an item not on the agenda. So Trustee Fong.
Thank you so much, President Bona. Thank you so much to all the speakers for making your voices heard here today. And thank you for everything you're doing each and every day for our students. To echo my colleagues' comments, yes, let's issue these checks as soon as possible. And for the emergency checks mechanism, there's got to be a way that we can try to amplify and to really get this out sooner than later. And to Professor Lowell, my deepest condolences, and to everyone who's been affected by this pandemic. And thank you so much to the hardworking faculty for everything you do each and every day. Mr. Chancellor, if we can just look into any additional solutions to move this forward. And to our 1520 classified employees who are processing the checks, thank you for everything you're doing each and every day. Let's definitely resolve this situation sooner than later. Thank you so much, President Bona.
You're welcome. We will now move on from public comment. Thank you, everyone. Ditto for myself as well. Comments from my colleagues. We're now going to move on to presentations. So I would like now to turn over the floor to the Chancellor, Francisco Rodriguez, for the next two special presentations.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Buelna. We got two exciting and important presentations to make. These are demonstrations of our interest in working with our partners in the community. And so we'd like to codify that relationship first by recognizing Los Angeles County Assessor Jeffrey Prang. Assessor Prang has been an absolute partner at LACCD, and I'm sure that members of the board here will want to say a lot more. But several years ago, we got together and he made us aware that there was indeed a real estate appraiser shortage that was going to be coming, and these were excellent county jobs. And was there a way that we could develop a workforce development program that would meet the needs of LA County, in particular his unit, but to serve the greater Los Angeles County area through this particular profession. In visiting with Dr. Corner and Mr. Prang's office and the team, we strategized and ultimately came up with courses that would meet the level of certification and support, and a workforce pipeline to the county assessor's office. So Assessor Prang, we'd like to recognize you in particular, a grateful appreciation to you as the LA County Assessor for your forward-thinking leadership and your partnership with everyone here at LACCD to create what we think is a novel, first-of-a-kind real estate appraiser education program that provides well-paying jobs for here in LA County. Career advancement is also part of the opportunities here and opportunities for our students as well. So Assessor Prang, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I know several of them will want to say a few words. If we could have you join us here in the room so that we could recognize you personally for your leadership, your vision, and your support of LACCD. Mr. Prang?
Thank you very much. I hope that you can see me. But thank you very much, Chancellor. I'm very proud to accept this special recognition on behalf of the LA County Office of the Assessor, as this really was a truly collaborative effort. And for me, it's one of our office's most important accomplishments that I'm extremely proud. This really germinated a couple of years ago. A conversation between Trustee Bell and I discussed the concept of developing a workforce development partnership between my office and LACCD. I saw the program as being vital to my department of the county to ensure that I can recruit, onboard, and train qualified employees to do the important work of our office. On the flip side, we saw this as being really an opportunity for LACCD because it does provide, as you said, a jobs pipeline to good paying government jobs with the county. And we have an annual need that's really important. But I want to thank you for your vision and leadership for bringing this forward. I want to thank your entire team, the Board of Trustees, for having the vision and commitment to establish this program. We worked with a lot of really good folks at LACCD, including Dr. James Limbaugh, Jeffrey Archibald, Dr. Ryan Corner, Dr. Carmen Dones, Todd Matasik, and Deanna Gossett. But I also want to acknowledge Jackie Irvin, who's the chief appraiser over my training division, who's the one who really put the rubber to the road in making this happen. We have one of our employees who's now one of your employees as well, the instructor of the program, Raymond McCormick. And we actually, I believe we may have as several of the 50 employees of the assessor's office who went through this training on the line today, including Rory Bradley, Michael Garcia, Christina Rodriguez, Gabriela Rodriguez, Ramiro Gonzalez, Florencio D'Angelo, Farhad Zawandi, Jonathan Che, and Waiko Ko, also known as Vivian. I want to thank Supervisors Hilda Solis, who actually provided support for the Board of Supervisors to bring this forward. I think this is an exciting program. I think it's a template for how the county, not just my office, but the entire county can work with the community colleges to provide opportunities for jobs in LA County government, which has over 110,000 positions, and to create that those opportunities for people who may otherwise not have access to good jobs in government service. So I appreciate the work that we've done. The first program, the first class went on without a hitch. It's been really valuable for us, and I can see nothing but expansion and greater opportunities in the weeks and months ahead. So thank you so much. I appreciate this recognition on behalf of my office, and look forward to continuing our partnership in the years ahead.
Thank you very much. Assessor Prang, I think some of our colleagues, my colleagues would like to make some statements. I'll start off to my right, Trustee Vela.
Thank you, President Buena. Congratulations, Assessor Prang. And, it was about 2.5 years ago that you approached the district to really, at the end of the day, provide a service for our students and for employees in your department. And really, what a great thing, right? We're culminating, we're working together to advance workforce. And this couldn't have been done really without the assistance of our Chancellor, who, again, 2 years ago, took this to his staff and put it all together. Vice Chancellor Ryan Corner as well. Thank you so much. And really, I also want to thank Trustee Fong, because he will always put it in our ear about how important it is to create workforce opportunities. And this is just a great example of one. And then Trustee Hoffman for beginning the process, Trustee Vettis for chaperoning it, and then finally President Buena for culminating this wonderful program. And West LA College, I really want to say that, kudos to you in particular for continuing to lead in innovation. And this is another feather in your hat, because at the end of the day, the more we think outside the box in order to help not only our students, but our community, it is a community college system, the better we are in the long run. So thank you again, and congrats, Assessor Prang. I wanted to give you the utmost credit because, I know all of you know Assessor Prang, but I can tell you that, he has no problem picking up the phone and calling other legislators and calling other leaders in Los Angeles saying, let's work together. So you're a rare breed, but this is the reason why you have been successful. I believe the most successful assessor in LA County history. So congrats again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Are there other trustees that would like to make? Trustee Fong and others, the one on Zoom, don't worry, my Zoom colleagues, we won't ignore you.
Thank you so much, President Buona. And good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much to Trustee Vela for his amazing leadership and really shepherding and getting this off the ground. And to my colleagues for all your support and efforts on this program that Trustee Vela has brought before us. Thank you, Mr. Assessor and Mr. Prang, for your leadership and efforts in your office and really creating an innovative, good-paying county jobs program. This furthers our partnership with the County of Los Angeles, whether it's on the Summer Youth Employment Program, whether it's on efforts around mental health issues for our students, whether it's on student housing partnerships. Thank you so much to you, Mr. Assessor, for your leadership and efforts in these innovative jobs program and really promoting those partnerships and really growing the future workforce here in LA County. We greatly appreciate you and your leadership, and always great seeing all the events around the community. Thank you so much again to my colleagues, especially Trustee Vela, for really bringing this forward. Thank you, President Buona. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor, Mr. Vice Chancellor, and the LACCD team for all your leadership. Thank you.
Trustee Vettis?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, there's not much more to say after Trustee Vela and Trustee Fong. A lot of appreciation all across the board. I did want to point out a couple of things. One, obviously, lots of this occurred during COVID, and the persistence and the doggedness of your staff, Mr. Assessor, and of course you, is really phenomenal and important. We at the colleges get a chance to design and develop workforce a lot. We don't get a chance to sort of do this as successfully with the County of Los Angeles as we'd like to on more than one occasion. So I think our big takeaway for sure is that LACCD and the County of Los Angeles can dive deep into understanding the workforce needs and how to create programs that are innovative and reflective of needs. And this need was a predictive need, not necessarily a reactive need. So there's some tremendous planning that took place, and so thank you for that. I think your career has been marked by a lot of forward thinking, and this is one of those things. I will leave it with this. I think we've had a chance to interact in with some of our other hats and legislative opportunities in Sacramento, and you're one of the dogged ones out there to do good things. I think certainly as we look at the challenges in front of us when it comes to the work of your offices and the desire to dig deeper into workforce development, I imagine there's a dialogue that we should be having on a yearly basis legislatively of what we can do to move California, move Los Angeles, move the county in a good direction, where we can use this as a model and an example to Sacramento that's putting up a number of workforce concepts and proposals. But this is exactly what needs to be shown up to the Capitol and the legislators of the potential of an agency like yours, an office and an institution like us working well together. So thank you for all of that, and thank you to our staff as well.
Okay. Other board members who would like to? Trustee Henderson?
I will be brief. I just want to congratulate you, Assessor Prang, for your steadfastness and your forward thinking, and to your work with our board, and to commend our board members for the work on this, because this is definitely something that, can they hear me?
Yeah.
This is definitely something that our students need across LACCD, but in terms of workforce development, in terms of economic empowerment, this is truly going to be something wonderful, a wonderful partnership moving forward. And I do hope that it inspires other partnerships such as this. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Henderson. Trustee Hoffman?
Thank you, President Buelna. Thank you, Assessor Prang. There's not much more that I can say that my colleagues haven't already said, but I do want to just personally thank you for your interest in partnering with us and for getting to know our staff, administrators, and faculty. What an incredible program and partnership. And you really are the epitome of what an elected official should be. You care about the community, and for me that's really important, and I think this board recognizes that. So I just want to thank you so much. This is just a certificate. I wish we could do a whole lot more, and I wish we could have done this in person, and certainly there'll be time to celebrate. And I also want to thank my colleague David Vela. David, you've been an amazing colleague in bringing programs like this and partnerships like this to the board. And to my knowledge, we haven't been this successful up until you got on the board in terms of thinking outside of the box and being innovative. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to my colleagues. I do want to make some quick statements. I think in terms of your office, Assessor Prang, I think it's important for folks to understand that there is not, there is not one piece of property in the world that is the same. And to be clear, every real estate value assessment, every stitch of property within LA County plus Santa Catalina Island is part of your jurisdiction, and understanding that value and how complicated that is. Am I correct that that is your charge by money?
That is correct.
and doing so in a way that's a partnership with us, and making sure that we have those values is um, is very important. Um, I believe Trustee Vettis also wanted to make an additional comment.
No, I'm sorry, that was the leftover hand.
Okay. I thought you were questioning the assessor's work. I'm just kidding, Trustee Trustee Vettis. I just wanted to acknowledge how complicated that is, and how probably the amount of people that want to that depend on your office, and that we all on your office for not home values, bond values, but a lot of the significant amount of income that comes into our tax base. So when we're talking about the assessor's office, in terms of community, it doesn't get more community than our property, but to partner, I think that's the expectation of the citizens of our county, but our region as well. And I just wanted to acknowledge, and for folks to truly understand what the assessor's office is. So as we make that statement, Assessor Prang, who, let me just say, while is an excellent elected official, is also an extremely nice human being. And would you like to make some statements?
Well, that's very kind of all of you. I've had the pleasure of knowing all of you over the years. I feel really comfortable about being able to talk to any of you about issues of mutual concern, and I appreciate your availability. This is an important program for so many reasons. I explained two of them. It's going to make my department work better. It's going to provide opportunities for LACCD, but the work of the assessor, in many ways, the assessor is one of the most important local government agencies, because no other agencies can do their job until I've done mine. We don't generate revenue, but revenue is generated as a byproduct of our work. So the more efficient I do my job, the better off our public schools, our cities that provide municipal services, or the county government that provides things such as public health and law enforcement. That all is primarily funded through property taxes. So having a really good office of the assessor, making sure that everything that should be accounted for is important. Making sure that we have enough employees to do the work is really important. And working with my fellow elected officials and peers throughout the county to achieve those mutual goals and self-interest for the community is really vitally important. I'm glad that we all see that and have clarity about what the mission is. We each have a piece of it, and that we're working together to achieve these very important goals.
Thank you very much, Assessor Prang, and you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and you as well. Thanks for taking your time to recognize me in my office.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much. Chancellor, we have another presentation with regard to memorandum of understanding.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Buelna. Keeping in the theme of workforce development, I'm very, very pleased to share and to announce that we've established a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. As we all know, this is an incredibly important organization group that provides technical training and support for what is one of our most major industries, workforce industries here, not just Los Angeles, California, but indeed the world. So we're very pleased that we're able to partner with our folks at IATSE, and we thought it would be fitting to invite them to our meeting today virtually so that we could recognize them upon the occasion of signing a very direct MOU that establishes a formal partnership between LACCD and IATSE. The words are on the actual MOU are there. It recognizes the features of this particular MOU, but we would like to invite our colleagues, now friends and partners of LACCD, to the virtual stage to say a few words. So Lupe, if you could please allow our colleagues in from IATSE. Is this Kevin? Do I see you in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, hi. Can we pass it to you, and for any other comments and
Oh,
introductions?
sure. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Trustee Fong for his vision, and our president at West LA College, Jim Lim. Our program has expanded, as you know, and this initiative or this MOU can and will help outreach to the rest of the community college district and broaden these opportunities. As you know, we have, our West has a collaboration over at the Hollywood Palladium and in a partnership with both Local 33 and Hollywood CPR, and has a training model in place that works with the employer directly through Live Nation and is a pathway directly into Local 33. And one of the main leads of that venue now is a former student of West LA College, a graduate. It runs that house for Local 33, which is wonderful. And I look forward to this. This is a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much. Is there any other speakers, Chancellor?
Yes, can we ask our colleagues from IATSE, Mr. Levy, the floor is yours.
Should be Ron, I think.
And Mr. Valentine, are you there as well?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Valentine. Let me put the floor to you, and please make any other introductions that might be necessary. Welcome.
Thank you very much. We here at Local 33, my name's Ron Valentine. I am one of two business representatives. Robert Pagnotta is my partner. We can't tell you how excited we are to be a part of the academic family with LACCD. As Mr. Considine had said, there is a very successful program that's been developed through the Hollywood CPR. And as he stated, we have many of the graduates now that are assistants or running houses. Recently, Miss Amari Gardner, one of the graduates, is now the head property master for Crypto.com. So the program does work. We feel that this is extremely important to let the students know and create this career pathway and let those students know that, you know what, there's a life behind the camera, not only in front of the camera, but behind the camera. You can make a very, very good living and a sustainable wage, I should say. We also have, I would like to thank Trustee Fong, who put this together. Fong has always been a family member of Local 33's. Thank you very much. And would like to thank Vice Chancellor Ryan Corner, who has just been a champion putting this together. With the meetings that he's had with our own brother, William Raleigh, who's our organizer, getting together with Mr. Considine and Ms. Peterson. I think this is going to be a fantastic opportunity for the students. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity to build back up the economy of LA, supplying these jobs that will create benefits. They'll create a retirement plan. It's a stable economy, and I think it's going to be stable for the individual themselves to know that, hey, you know what, I've got a good paying job here. I'm going to make it. I'm going to be able to have a family and so forth and be covered medically. With that, I'm ready to turn it over to the next individual, which I believe Robert Pagnotta should be online.
Pagnotta?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm having a problem with my here. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Not much more to say. I think Ronnie covered it. Like you said, the program has been very successful over the years. We've been in this position now for 4 years, and we've seen it. It keeps growing. It started out at the Hollywood Palladium, and some of the graduates are there as heads. So just moving forward, I mean, it's really exciting for us all to get involved and to have this MOU with the city there is very exciting. And I'd like to thank Mr. Fong and Mr. Corner, and we appreciate it done to put this together, and we look forward to a bright future with everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I think before we make a comment, we have a motion, so we're gonna make the motion. Then we're gonna have comments. Is there any additional comment with regard to the MOU from non-trustees? And I want to thank you from our labor partners for being here. And we're going to now move on to the official component of the MOU. So again, thank you for the presentation. We'll now proceed to the vote. May I have a motion on and a second on item E2, which is the MOU?
So move.
I'll second.
All right, so I want to say, I think we I know, even, we're going to give this one to Trustee Fong, and we're going to second it to Trustee Vela.
We can give it to Trustee Hoffman as well.
Okay, so we have 2 seconds, if that's allowed. I think we'll be okay with that. There isn't going to be major, judicial arguments on that. So we have 2 seconds for the record or non-record, whichever it is. So we're going to go on the comments, and I think we all agree that Trustee Fong gets the first comment.
Thank you so much, President Buona. And I think today is an exciting day in terms of all our career pathway programs to highlight the good work that the board and the chancellor and the vice chancellor in partnership with our labor partners. This program here with IATSE Local 33 is an exciting program. Very excited. I've been working with Local 33 on their Hollywood CPR program from even the days before I joined the board here, and good to see Kevin and Laura Peterson and President Limbaugh and the folks at West LA College for creating these good pathway programs into the entertainment industry. It also increases our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives for our students, for our communities, and to really bring more folks into these solid middle-class jobs. As you heard from Mr. Ron Valentine, the person now who went through the program is now managing Crypto.com Arena. As you heard, some of the venues that when you go around the city post-COVID, when you catch concerts at the Greek, when you go to the Palladium, these are venues managed by folks that come through these programs. And that education, that leadership, we're very grateful and thankful for the partnership that we have with Local 33. And really thank you to my colleagues for all their leadership and support, and really building out good career pathway programs for our students throughout the district. This is a great opportunity today for the district in partnership with Local 33, Hollywood CPR, West LA College, and our 8 community colleges here to really build out the future workforce of the entertainment industry here in Los Angeles. Thank you so much, President Bona, and thank you, colleagues.
Other trustee comments? Trustee Vela?
President Buona, I just wanted to, first of all, thank the IATSE team. I really do think the importance of bringing the industry not only to West LA College, but to all of our colleges will be and continue to be very critical. As you can imagine a day where so many of our students can go through these programs and get these great paying jobs in the Hollywood industry and in all of the industries that IATSE takes place in. So I'm just really excited about it. And I just wanted to thank them and thank all of you for your leadership, Trustee Fong, in particular, Vice Chancellor Corner, Chancellor, for making this happen, because I can see a future where we're going to be able to really take advantage of a growing industry. I think it's only going to get bigger in Los Angeles County. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. And thank IATSE too.
Trustee Hoffman, then Vettis.
Thank you, President Buona, and I think this is very exciting. I see Jerry V is here in the Zoom room, and I remember you and I met when I was first elected, or maybe right before I was elected to the board, to talk about partnerships with IATSE. So I'm really thrilled that it's come to this point, and I know, Trustee Fong, you've worked really hard on this. I would like to hopefully make a little bit of a request in that we get updates and reports from our successful students along the way. I think it would be really great to be able to recognize students who wind up with employment in the industry so that we can follow them and be proud. But thank you. This is indeed very exciting.
Thank you. Trustee Vettis?
Yeah, thank you all. Trustee Fong, thanks for your diligence in pursuing this. I know this has been sort of a general conversation about trying to cement the relationship for a few years, but this is the fruition of that, and really proud to support this and have this be a tremendous guide for how we work together and how we deal with live entertainment venues and how we deal with our students in the workforce development spaces. Would love to, for our brothers over at brothers and sisters over at all the other IATSE locals, would love to do similar kinds of agreements across the board as I know we do Hollywood CPR and have that type of effort. But this has probably been, from my time on the board, one of those resolutions that sort of stands to delineate how we want to work together and continue to grow as both the live entertainment industry and stage and motion pictures and everything, is seeing the kind of support it does in Sacramento, and with the forward, we want to make sure that we can have this incredibly collaborative opportunity to engage and work together for the next generation people to become a part of this, fantastic middle class industry. These are jobs that are tremendous, and I know we all seek out diversity and trying to prepare the next generation. And certainly, I think the best examples of being able to do that are here at West LA College, and certainly throughout all of the other LACCD schools that do this type of behind the scene, behind the stage, behind the curtain work. So thank you for this. Thank you, Trustee Fong. Thank you all the brothers and brothers here that are listed, but certainly the brothers and sisters over at IATSE 33, and to our faculty and staff. And Kevin, tremendous work always, and look forward to continued partnerships here with IATSE.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, roll call.
Student Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and congratulations, and thank you again for all of our labor friends who joined, especially IATSE today. Thank you very much. Moving on to resolutions, we have one. We're moving on to adopting the 2022 calendar for Board of Trustees regular meetings and board committee meeting dates. May I have a motion and a second on item G1?
Motion.
Second.
I'll second.
I made a mistake here. I actually, so let me go back. General Counsel, we have a first and a second. Would it be all right to go back, or because I missed the student trustee presentations? What do you think? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Can I get a withdrawal of the motion real quick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So reports of standing and special committees. I want to recognize Student Trustee Martinez. Student Trustee Martinez, can you summarize the proceedings of the Student Affairs Committee that you chaired on December 17th? I just want to make sure that we weren't skipping that that's very important. So Student Trustee Martinez.
Yes. Hello. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for not skipping me. I was wondering if I was going to say anything about it, or if you were going to come back to me. Yes. So I'm really happy. Our last meeting was extremely successful. So we actually had Gerardo, which is the president of the SSCCC, which is the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, as you all know, come and make a presentation, not only on what the SSCCC does and what it can provide for our student leaders and how it is beneficial. But he also gave a presentation on resolutions and how we can go about creating a resolution. So of course, as you all know, the Student Affairs Committee is a committee for us as student leaders to advocate and voice the needs of our students, and to also draft up resolutions that we can then bring to the board. And so now that boards have a substantial amount of students, as that has been a great issue for many of our ASU boards throughout the district, just because it's a enrollment. But now all of our boards have a good core amount of ASU members, and now they what it is that our students need. We've been going through this with this new board for half a year already. And so now I believe that it is time for our student leaders to, draft up resolutions, try to make changes. So we had a presentation on how we can go about doing that, what the process of that is. So our next meeting that is going to be this Friday is going to be brainstorming any resolution ideas that we might have that we can potentially bring to the board and bring to the attention of the trustee members, as I do understand that we need a sponsor to get our resolution on the agenda. So that was the main focus of our board meeting. And then sadly, we did not have a trustee member to present a board report to us last meeting, but Trustee Vela will be available to speak at our Friday SAC. So that's something that we are also really looking forward to. And at the moment, that is all that I have to give for the board report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. Trustee Vela, you'll be on the Zoom call.
Yes, I will be there this Friday representing the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to Section G, resolutions. Adopt the 2022 calendar for the Board of Trustees, regular meeting and board committee meetings. May I have a motion and a second on G1?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I believe was the motion by who?
Student trustee.
Okay, can the student trustee?
Would you like me to say the whole thing? I motion.
No, that's okay. We're just asking for a quick legal opinion. Okay, all right. So motion by student trustee Martinez, second by trustee Hoffman. So any comments on the motion?
Trustee President Buelna, and I'm sure Chancellor, you vetted the dates to make sure they don't conflict with any Jewish holidays or other religious holidays.
Yes,
correct?
we have. Yes, we have.
Thank you for
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Hoffman. Any other comments? Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson? Yes. Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item, A1, a resolution to hold the board's regular meeting scheduled for February 2nd, 2022, and the committee regular meeting scheduled for February 16, 2022 via teleconference. May I have a motion and a second on item G2?
I move to approve.
Motion by trustee Hoffman, second by trustee student trustee Martinez. Any comments? Seeing none.
Trustee Buelna, I do have one comment.
Sure, Trustee Vettis.
And I guess this is more of a question. I mean, because we are set to do. One second, let me gather my thoughts here. I think the one question I wanted to ask is in relation to special meetings or board committee meetings, or I think we ran into this issue last month when we sort of had it sort of quickly come together with a special meeting. But I wanted to sort of ask, is there any meetings intended, planned outside of the February 2nd and February 16th meeting? And I did want to also verify that what is the status of our board goals meeting? I believe it's January 19th. Is that considered under AB 361, or is there a different status? And then I guess as a separate question, the governor has also recently done an action to extend certain standings. Is AB 361 even necessary with the governor's action? Can I get some clarification on that?
Chancellor, then General Counsel.
Let me answer the first two parts of the question, then we'll go to Mr. Jeter. The action that the board took in January related to AB 361 allows for a level of flexibility that would allow the January 22nd, Saturday, January 22nd board meeting from 9 until noon to take place virtually should the board act to do so. With respect to February of 22, there's no current discussion related to any special meetings outside those that are noted there. However, if there were to be, I'll get with the board president, then we adjustment on February the 2nd. But at this point, there's no additional meetings planned, but we will do that in such a way that it'll allow for that for the remainder of the month. And Mr. Jeter, can you answer the question as to whether whether this is still needed given the new governor's extension?
Yes, it's still needed. The governor's extension applied to the CSU and to state agencies. For those agencies, AB 361 expired on January 31 of this year. So he extended it for them. AB 361.
General Counsel, do you have a microphone?
I'm talking. Okay. Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. The change in the law applied to the CSU and to state agencies. So for the CSU and the state agencies, AB 361 expired on January 31, 22. And so it's extended for them. AB 361, as it applies to us, runs into 2024. So the change in the law didn't affect us. AB 361 still applies. And in order for us to hold the meetings by teleconference, we still need AB 361 going forward.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
If any additional meetings in January were if we needed it for teleconferencing, we would have to hold a special meeting in order to get permission, or would we simply be able to do them?
No, this resolution covers any special meetings or emergency meetings for the next 30 days should you need it.
Okay, so essentially, if we were to hold any special meeting, then then at that point need the regular notice components in order to move forward with that.
Absolutely. The 24 hours, or it's better to go 72 hours.
Got it. Okay. Any additional comments? Questions? Okay. Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Bona.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
We're now going to move on to reports from the Chancellor. And this is last month, there were some board members who asked some questions along with the Chancellors. So we're going to try and get some answers. If there is any questions that board members have, this is also a good time to ask any questions. So Chancellor?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wilna, members of the board, colleagues. Happy to present a longer than usual report today, but all the information items are indeed important. So I will begin. First, I'd like to reiterate how we began our meeting now a few hours ago and extend our condolences to the Sweeney and Oriana Peralta families in particular for their recent loss. So I wanted to start that particular way, and thank you, Dr. Wilna, for extending an opportunity for us for a moment of silence. I also wanted just to, as we begin sharing information, we earlier recognized the wonderful program and innovative program with the County Assessor's Office. And I wanted to underscore the recognition of President Jim Limbaugh and his faculty for writing and getting together on the curriculum that makes this program roar. So thank you so much to the West LA faculty for the good work that you're doing around this particular workforce development program. Here's what I'll report on this afternoon. I'll just give you some highlights from the Chancellor's January 2022 report. It is a report that will be posted and is available for your reading. More detail and everything I discuss in this part will be available through that report. I will make a little longer than usual COVID report as we begin 2022, particularly as the Omicron variant increases, and there has been some comments about how the organization is reacting and pivoting to this particular environment. So I'll make some comments on that. As Dr. Bolna mentioned, there are some very specific follow-ups that the board on December the 15th asked me to do. So I'm prepared to do that. I will give two updates, brief ones on the Human Resources Division and their activities an update on ethnic studies, and then I'll ask Dr. Corner to assist me. Request that was made for a review of the 2021 IESS, a very important board committee, and so I'll ask him to close out that particular part of my report, and then, of course, entertain any questions, comments, or reactions that you have as a member of the board. So I'm gonna go ahead and begin. With respect to the COVID update, let me share some information that I think is useful and important as we move forward. And this will be reiterated, put in writing, all LACCD can have this at their fingertips. As we all know, positive cases began to increase over the winter holiday, and employees and students began to test more positive and more frequently at each of the colleges. Our Emergency Operations Center and the colleges ICCs returned to joint weekly meetings as of January 4th, 2022, last week. About the week later, the district had received 379 reported positive cases. This equals 38% of the total number of the 995 positive cases recorded by the district in 20 and 2021. To give you a sense of the magnitude of the particular surge in terms of positivity cases, the colleges have increased contact tracing duties and are closely monitoring positive cases. As of today, and has been reported by Dr. Nish, who leads our EOC, there have been no linked, and let me say that again, no linked cases constituting an outbreak. But we anticipate more positive cases, more activity, and possible outbreaks now that the colleges are in winter intersession. While the district has seen a significant increase in positive cases, the good news is there have been very, very few hospitalizations and no new deaths to report from members of the family at LACCD. So we're very pleased about that, and clearly we want to keep it that way. For LACCD, significant improvements continue in terms of compliance by both employees and students regarding board policy 2900. And later in this board meeting, we'll ask the board to take additional action for vaccinations, exemptions, and testing. The district's Human Resources Division reports compliance for employees is now at about 95%. So thank you all for doing so. With only about 450 employees who are now being notified via follow-up with compliance warning notices as part of the district's progressive discipline process, something that we have discussed and that everyone is fully aware of. We simply need to do and have 100% compliance or an exemption or whatnot. So that's something that will keep all of our workplace and learning environments the safest as we can possibly be. So this month, we will be seeking authorization from the Board of Trustees this meeting to now include as a part of the Board Policy 2900, the requirement per the definition from County Public Health that being current on COVID-19 vaccinations, up to date, current, means including booster shots. That's the new language that we are supporting, recommending to this Board of Trustees that we include as an amendment to our Board Policy 2900. We will ask the board to consider that in just a moment. The winter session, as you know, began last week with about 4,475 on-site or hybrid enrollments, constituting about 15% of the district-wide enrollment. The majority of these on-site enrollments are at East, Trade, Pierce, and Valley. Our district has worked very closely with these colleges to assure that they're closely monitoring for any COVID-19 impacts. Now, we have asked, as the cases have come up, how have we pivoted? How have we reacted? In our Chancellor's cabinet, we had a discussion on this, in our recommendation and our action forward was to maintain these on-site and hybrid sections with what we describe as a surgical approach, moving any section, program, or work unit to remote delivery based on the trigger of an outbreak, absenteeism due to an instructor, or an on-site section testing positive, or possible changes to county health orders. The spring 22 semester is just around the corner, on February 6, 2022. At this point in time, we have just under 15,000 enrollments, or just under 30% of the district-wide enrollment in on-site and hybrid sections. These sections, as you know, are capped at 28 seats for the spring semester only. That's through an agreement that we had with our faculty guild a few months ago. Today, about 51% of all sections scheduled are remote, So it's roughly half and half. And the majority of enrollments are now in the sections that are indeed remote. The goal for spring 22 is a 50-50 split between on-site and remote enrollments. The goal, however, may or may not be achieved due to students' personal safety choices regarding the current surge and their preferences to enroll in in-person sections. We're monitoring that, we're testing that, we're following up with students on that. We're looking at enrollments very, very carefully, and of course, trying to meet the needs of students. We do anticipate an opportunity to add late start on-site sections with the expectation of an improved public health situation. And let me comment and conclude this COVID piece on that now. The current estimates predict that the Omicron surge will peak in late January with a rapid decrease over the month of February. That's been several national agencies have reported on that. I hope that to be true. With continued adherence to county health officer orders and our district board policies, we are confident that the district and the colleges can retain the ability to pivot and adapt as we move forward through this pandemic and transition to a COVID endemic, So that concludes my COVID report. And let me move on now to a couple other things in the report that I think you might find interesting. In the Chancellor's report, we always talk about foundations, and it's always important to recognize the individuals, the corporations, the nonprofits, the philanthropic agencies that continue to support our work. And I want to recognize our district foundation for launching our district-wide Umoja African American Student Outreach Scholarship. And those are available now. We're going to award 5 students $500 each. And the next round of scholarships will be awarded in spring of 2022. We also thank the Century Housing Corporation for the establishing with the LACCD District Foundation the California Scholarship Funds. And it supports an enhanced pipeline to high demand fields in construction, maintenance, and utilities at LA Trade Technical College. So thank you for the Century Housing Corporation for establishing this scholarship for our students at Trade. And then also to thank, once again, our philanthropist and good friend of the district, Vicky Chang, who continues to provide LACCD nursing students with scholarships that pays for the NCLEX exams upon graduation. It's called the Persistence in NCLEX Scholarships, and they're designed to remove barriers and other obstacles for nursing students to help them to complete their studies. So far, the foundation has awarded 185 nursing students, and we're in the process of evaluating applications now. So for both Persistence and NCLEX, we thank our generous donor for that particular support. We ask in a time of great need of our students, there is the Food for Families program, the African American Student Success Fund, and the Undocumented Student Success Fund, care to make a monthly contribution to those very important endeavors. I'll end this Chancellor's report, this component, with just sharing a couple of upcoming meetings that we think are important and that really indicate our interest in advancing the causes, purposes, and interests, if I could use that word again, of our organization around equity and around student success. The seventh annual LACCD Disability Summit, sponsored by my office, will be and take place at on January 21st, next couple Fridays from now. Our host is LA Mission College, so I wanted to thank President Armida Ornelas as well as Adrian Gonzalez for their continued leadership and support of this effort, and for all the DSPS and all those who are involved with support to our students with disabilities. It starts at 8:30 Friday, January the 21st. Host LA Mission College. Contact Adrian if you need additional information on that. I want to also extend thanks to Trustee David Vela. On Tuesday, January 25th, from 2 to 4 p.m., you will be convening us once again with the LGBTQ Advisory Committee, and we'll be engaged in excellent work. We have a special presentation that day. And again, to thank Trustee Vela for your sustained leadership to support our faculty, staff, and students from the LGBTQIA plus community, and thank you for that. So again, we invite you to a virtual meeting, 2 to 4 p.m. on January the 25th. And then on the enrollment discussion, I'll just say this about that because Dr. Corner will say a little bit more in the presentation through IESS, because that's been a significant focus of you heard the reports from the college presidents. Tomorrow and Friday, the presidents and I and members of the executive team will be singularly focused on the not just the idea, but the execution of restoring our enrollments. That is reimagining, redesigning, and redeploying our efforts for LACCD. So we have 2 days of good work ahead of us. But I also want to invite every member of this community, of this LACCD family, to a February 1st town hall. This is the second town hall that we will have this academic year. The first one was on November the 15th. This one will take place on February the 1st. February the 1st. It kicks off not just our Black History Month, but also our fall, our spring activities related to enrollment. February 1st, 12 to 1:30 p.m. 12 to 1:30 p.m. We invite you to join us. I also wanted to thank and recognize Trustee Henderson. On Thursday, February the 3rd, we will have our Chancellor's Advisory Committee on Black African American Student Affairs. And Trustee Henderson, thank you for your continued leadership on this committee. We have a significant, and we like to use the word robust around here, agenda for this fall that includes additional partnerships, additional support for students, expansion of AOI and the Umoja programs to talk about the interests of our Black students. And I would point out that we have a special section in our work over the next couple of days that highlights, discusses, and gets after Black student recruitment. So I hope that report news very, very soon. Why don't I stop there with that report, and I'll continue with this the last section, which is the follow. So Dr. Bueno, this is from December the 15th. The board specifically asked me to follow up in 4 areas, and I will handle the first 3, and then I'll pitch it to Dr. Corner. The first 2 involve the Human Resources Division. I sent to the board on separate communication, and I received from Dr. Gutierrez, the interim vice chancellor of Human Resources, the organizational charts, and a report on the pending positions in HR. It was done very well and in rich detail. And I would simply point out one of the key director positions that has been vacant for some time will be filled next week. The candidate is on board and will begin, in this case, next week. So we welcome him to the LACCD community. There are other positions that will follow shortly right behind them. So the kind of extra support and vacancy of fills that are necessary in HR division is indeed taking place. And we look forward to doing that. The second item related to the status of the Human Resources Interim Vice Chancellor. In this case, who we're recommending as the permanent Vice Chancellor. At the January 12th, the January 19th Personnel Commission meeting, I do expect that with the leadership of Director Ron De La Houssaye, that the Personnel Commission will take up an action item that will address the matters that were discussed as concerns from this body on December the 15th, and should indeed alleviate and address the situation that was proposed. And I hope to extend very good news after January the 19th as our ability to move forward administratively and procedurally. The last item that I'd like to report on is ethnic studies at LACCD. I think Dr. Broma, you asked me to give a report on what's going on with ethnic studies at LACCD. And indeed, we've got quite a bit to report on that. I did send a report to the board. If we look at LACCD, we have over 40 courses that are deemed in ethnic studies, and a few others that are hosted in departments like anthropology, sociology, history, and so forth. So we got about 46 or so, 47 actually articulated courses in ethnic studies. But what should be known is that it is imbalanced. The vast majority, about 75% members of the board are in Chicano studies, a smaller number in African American studies, yet a smaller number in Asian Pacific Islander Studies and no courses that we have in the Native American Indigenous Studies area. So we've had some work to do. So how will we address that? Well, one is to deploy faculty and ask faculty who are in those disciplines, who have the credentials for those areas to engage in curriculum development. Secondly, this fall, as I've announced to this body and to the academic community, we will hire 65 full-time tenure-track faculty. And that is a locally driven process at each of the colleges. But as I've extended my interests on behalf of the board and my own personal interests to extend academic disciplines in the areas of ethnic studies and adult education. Those are growing areas. Now with the Title V change that has taken place, ethnic studies is a graduation requirement for the California community colleges. So that is important. We don't have the staff, personnel, and maybe even the curriculum ultimately to meet that particular need. So we're going to have to continue to hire both adjunct as well as full-time faculty in these particular spaces. I would add additionally that the LACCD has made it as one of its highest priorities to advance legislation, namely Assembly Bill 1040 carried by Mr. Marisucci last year. It did not make it out of Senate Education. So we now are seeking additional support for that through another author that will either reintroduce legislation for ethnic studies or take it where it was stalled and move it forward in the legislative process as part of the 2-year bill. So that continues to be a priority for this district to have a statutory requirement, not the regulatory one, that's already done. A statutory requirement for ethnic studies similar to the California high schools that has AB 101 and similar to the California State Universities, it has Assembly Bill 1460. So we are seeking that. I want to commend Maria Veloz and her team for positioning that discussion with our legislators and with all the advocates so that we can continue to advance the cause for ethnic studies in the state of California. So that's what we're doing this week on that. The board has additional details on that. The last piece of my report, Dr. Buelna, is you asked for a 2021 review of IESS. So we're going to highlight the best parts of a very active committee that focused in on technology, focused in on enrollments, and a whole host of other student-centric activities. So the staff liaison to IESS is Dr. Ryan Corner. I've asked him to make a short presentation of a handful of slides that gives us a really launching point for the 2022 IESS, as well as some of the good work that was done last week, and yet some of the areas where we still need to grow. So Dr. Corner, I'll pitch it to you.
Thank you, trustees. I'll ask that Crystal load up the PowerPoint. So we seldom have the opportunity to review the litany of priorities that are discussed over the year. So I was pleased when we were asked to highlight what we have reviewed and discussed with IESS over the last year. If we go to the next slide. For those in the public, the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee focuses on issues of accreditation, planning, student success, and curriculum. And over the last year, we have touched on these and many other related issues that get to the heart of how we help our students succeed and how we're effective as a district. As a summary, here are some of the items that we've gone over the last year. Next slide. In terms of accreditation and planning, we reviewed chapters 4 and 5 and parts of chapter 3 in our new policy revisions for the board. This was not only part of our district strategic plan in order to come into alignment with the league model, but also part of our recommendations with our last accreditation visit. The committee also reviewed the educational master plans for Los Angeles Mission College, Los Angeles Southwest College, and West Los Angeles College, and the technology roadmap from our new Office of Information Technology. Next slide. We had various reports on student success, outcomes, and achievement. We saw that many of our target areas in our district strategic plan were already close or being met. Some of these highlights include the increase in the number of associate transfer degrees offered on each campus, and their remarkable progress in terms of degree and certificate completion. You can see the brief highlights there in terms of us already meeting our 5-year goal for completion of associate degrees for transfer. We're on track for the other completion goals, as you can see to the right. We also saw a larger move in terms of students being full-time and students being placed at transfer level math, all part of our strategic plan and all indicators of how well we can do with our students. Next slide. Related to how we support our students, we had many discussions on different issues, and these are some of them that are included. A concerted effort to talk about technology and how it supports students and employees in this committee. This was something that was made clear by the board members on the committee as a priority, especially in light of what we're dealing with COVID. It included a continuous push to have surveys and bring different voices to the table about how well the technology was actually serving the individuals who used it. And that will continue to be a highlight for where we go. It also included consistent updates on our district-wide website project. We talked, as was mentioned by the Chancellor earlier, quite a bit about the expansion of ethnic studies and about what that meant for bringing in additional faculty members in those areas. I do want to say that raising the voices of other individuals was a consistent model in this committee.
What was the key word? Dissent.
Yes. And you'll hear no dissent from me on that one, but it was consistently asked to not only bring forward the people who were agreeing with what we presented, but to hear the alternative voices and get a full picture of where we can move forward. Next slide.
In fact, I'll just add, because I chaired it, it was
Absolutely.
The preference was to look for the dissenting voices, which my biggest critique is that we're still not sufficiently doing, but
I think you'll be pleased with the next year's layout from Trustee Henderson on that frame. One of the consistent things that we discussed was enrollment, core to who we are as an institution, how we serve our communities, and the success of our district. We monthly had updates on enrollment, but we slowly grew in terms of our level of analysis and the depth of which we were looking at different enrollment. There's some samplings here, but we looked at local comparisons, as you can see at the bottom, to have a real feel for where we were situated based on our competitors in the region. We moved towards GIS mapping, which would show not only the competition in our area and how well they're doing, but also overlays of different categories that we could see to try to diagnose different impacts that were occurring on our enrollment. And we also drilled down into the demographics, which will continue with our next meeting in January. But I do say that the committee had a focus on not just hearing reports on what is happening in the traditional way, but to looking for new and better ways to understand the full enrollment picture and make recommendations for improvement. Next slide. In meeting with Trustee Henderson, our new chair of IESS, she put forward a bold and ambitious agenda for the coming year. You can see some of the highlights here, continuation of looking at enrollment and really expanding those is on the area of bringing in different voices. She wants to hear more frequently from the colleges on what they are doing specifically and what the outcomes of those specific activities are. There's a focus on technology, as we had consistently seen, but not just on what we're doing, but also what we're planning to do, what the standard is, and how it is serving. What are individuals using it saying in terms of the support? A continued focus on social justice and equity, as well as on student outcomes, building on the work that we had from the prior year, and a commitment to inclusion and student success. And lastly, and something that will be brought to the full board in the next year as well, is accreditation. Come July, the full board will sign college reports for the evaluation for the ACCJC, and the committee will have several reports between now and then to prepare the board for what they will be seeing. And you'll see that they're a month ahead of the full board, getting the institutional evaluation reports in June. So we're excited about the future year. We think that we've learned a lot through our work with the board over the last year, and we're excited about where it can go this next year with Trustee Henderson at the lead. Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Moreno, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You had a question last month. Did you get the answer to your question, or I just wanted to make sure?
Yeah, no, I've had it. It's been answered.
My goal here is to make sure everyone gets answered here. And I'm going to start with my colleagues. Is there any questions or any questions that you have on the Chancellor's report, or any questions that you have for next month? These are questions or maybe quick little snippet comments, quick being key word here, or questions that could research either gotten back to you or made publicly. My preference is publicly. So I'm going to start from our virtual board members. Trustee Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Buelna, and thank you, Chancellor and Dr. Corner. That was quite a comprehensive Chancellor's report, and I appreciate it. Chancellor, I want to go back to the COVID numbers that you were talking about and the surge that's predicted for toward the end of January. What I didn't hear in your report, and what I'm extremely concerned about, are the remote services that we want to make sure students are able to access. And my understanding is that most classified employees are back on campus nearly 100% of the time. I know that we have some pilot programs where some employees can work 2 days from home. But when we talk about offering remote services, and I know that we have employees on campus going into like other areas so that they could still provide services remotely, with the rapid spread of the Omicron virus and people getting sick and having to be sent home, when you send somebody home, then they're not productive, because if we're sending them home, we can't say, okay, now go home and work. So I'm wondering if between now and maybe the end of January, early February, we should make some accommodations to make sure that we've got employees staggering their schedules, maybe going back to 3 days at home, 2 days in the office, so that services are not interrupted for students. Because, you know, even students that are coming on campus for classes, my understanding is they like to try to access other services remotely. And I'm only saying this because I'm going through this myself with my own staff, and I'm seeing people are I hate to say dropping like flies, but they're going out pretty quickly, and they're out for a number of days. And when they're out, their, you know, productivity is lost. And while we're registering for spring and trying to gear up again, I really don't want students to be impacted. So I just kind of want to put that out there, and also find out if there's a sense for, if you know what's happening in terms of remote services versus in-person services.
Let me see if I could answer that question. Well, first, thank you for your observation, and we're monitoring this closely and daily on this particular matter. So college presidents know that they can, if there is indeed a number of reported cases within a particular area or unit or whatnot, that they have the authority and flexibility to shut those areas down and to assign those folks to remote work. If there are indeed cases, and there are some, that some folks who are contracting and are positive, the symptoms are mild, so they are able to work remotely while they have and while they're quarantined and whatnot. So we want them to do that safely. If they indeed feel sick and are incapable of working, please take the sick leave and the whole host of other opportunities. So we are indeed now working to provide an additional 24 hours to every employee in this district to be tested and vaccinated. So that testing becomes an important recommendation, and we're asking and recommending that people do that weekly so that they can indeed do that. To this point, we're not making wholesale shifts to those remote environments. There are some persons who, as you mentioned, who go to campus and provide both in-person and the remote services. There are students who do want and expect in-person services at the campuses, and then, of course, done safely. The most important thing here is that when we are on campus, we believe that we are providing a safe environment on campus with the multiple PPE that is available to them, testing sites at each of our colleges and whatnot. So we're trying to do just as best as we can with the tremendous support and leadership of our college presidents and their team. So your point is not lost. We're monitoring this daily. And if we need to make any swift pivot adjustments, we will.
Trustee Hoffman, do you feel that your question was answered adequately, or do you need additional information in
So
writing?
thank you, Chancellor. I just, from my own observation, living in it myself, it's less about, I just feel like when people work in close proximity, as you bring people back, they're infecting each other. And when they go out, if you have to send them home, it's, you can't say, okay, now go home sick and work. Whereas if they're home working and they somehow get it, they're home working. That was my only point that I was kind of trying to make. I'm just worried about the loss of productivity, especially if we're going to see a surge, coming in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Well, we're in the surge now, Trustee Hoffman, as I understand.
Okay.
We're swimming our way through it as we speak.
Trustee Hoffman, an additional component in conversations that are occurring is also looking at what are the predictions of any potential future surges that might be coming with this, and trying to really, game out how that might play, right? So it's there's going to be more discussion on that in some closed session items as well.
Oh, I get, and I imagine we're going to have to start to think about beyond the vaccination and booster policies around, mask wearing and breaks from mask wearing, eating protocols, and lunch gathering protocols, those kinds of things. And I look forward to seeing what we're going to do as a district to come together on some of that stuff.
Excellent. Trustee Vettis, any additional comment, question, or anything on Chancellor's report?
Yeah, thank you. Chancellor, I appreciate the update on certainly on COVID and ethnic studies. And but I actually had a few questions in terms of human resources. A big deal or a big part of our public comment today obviously had to deal with the processing of checks. But we've also had human resources engaged with verifying vaccinations and care of other board policies. From the standpoint of what's presented, there's probably as many vacancies in human resources as I can remember. And I know human resources is probably one unit that's being stretched beyond many during this time of COVID. Are we like what is our pools of candidates? Are they sufficiently strong? Do we have a prediction as to when we're gonna, fill the vast number of those? Not just necessarily one, although it's a leadership type positions, one of those sort of lead vacancies that would be filled. But there's also a lot of sort of middle management, all the cogs that sort of make the system work that are still listed as unfilled. What's our timeline for if you can put a ballpark? I mean, we're talking 2 months, 3 months, 6 months? Are we where are we at before we have the department sufficiently filled? And I think to sort of speak to the fact that this was a department we were engaged in very substantial evaluation with outside consultants and some restructure reorganization. Is this connected to the restructure, or what are the factors here that are making this appear to be extremely challenging to get our basic human resources efforts taken care of?
Yeah, in my discussion with the interim Vice Chancellor Gutierrez, there are some number of significant positions that will be hired in this Q1 of 2022, providing some additional support in those key areas that you described. So that is occurring. As you know, the vast majority, if not all, the positions in HR are governed through the Personnel Commission. From my understanding is that the quality of pools in various positions has varied from extremely strong to not as strong, requiring the pool to be go back out to be recertified and then lists to be provided moving forward. So we have a mixed bag to the answer to your question about quality. Now, the positions, as you know, are very specific to the tasks at hand. It's in generally difficult to hire human resources professionals just in our system. So it varies with respect to what I expect, the timeline that I expect a more solid base of employees to be at HR. It's this quarter.
Okay, and Chancellor, I think in that process, if I can ask that if there appears to be a delay, appears to be an issue, that that communication to the board happen immediately. Part of the Personnel Commission, all these positions are Personnel Commission process. And I do have some fear that if it's an insufficient pool, that they go back out again. And if they go back out again, literally it's just, weeks and months off that are, ticking off here in terms of the challenges in front of us. But I do think lots of the concerns and lots of the comments really do reflect the fact that we have, we've heard, comments from the LMBC. We've heard comments, obviously, from today in terms of processing. We've a really strenuous endeavor here to make sure that 95% of our staff are vaccinated. So we've really put it on HR to take care of some very substantial efforts. But I think it's important for us to understand that if in hiring, and I know there's been a challenge in hiring certain areas, and HR appears to be one that's witnessing that across the region, that we're informed and that we can potentially look at strategies to mitigate or manage the fact that we may not be getting there as fast as we want to.
Yeah, I'm happy to report back at the first February meeting that progress has been made on these key issues. We fully understand that there's an acute issue here, so resources are being levied towards that. Mr. Vettis, it is important to note that if we provisional employees, that is persons who could come into the organization in an interim fashion, we can indeed do that. So, but the pools there are also, the pools also there vary. To pull someone out from potentially a permanent position somewhere else for an interim position here isn't always attractive. So again, it varies, and I'm happy to report back at our first meeting in February the progress that we've made, but it is an area of significant attention.
Thank you.
Anything else, Trustee Vettis, or you're good?
No, sir.
All right. Trustee Moreno, anything?
Yeah, it was, well, I guess it's the second time around, but as we were discussing these issues, and Trustee Vera has pointed out something to me I hadn't seen before, I hadn't thought about, and also I think somebody mentioned earlier that many of the complaints concerning payment of this differential, that there was a problem internally in terms of processing either payroll or personnel. That is that a result of the effects of the virus? Are we talking about staff not coming to work and that being a major issue in terms of accomplishing a task like getting payroll out? Was that an issue we're talking about here? And what are we doing to accommodate that unique situation?
Well, if I understand the question, there have been persons who are just in general are out sick, are unavailable, so that's in general. Is that part of the issue? Sure, I think it's also part of it. But what this payroll has not been late. Let me differentiate between this special stipend and payroll. The $47 or so million monthly payroll took place. It happened to coincide, as I wrote to the board, with a significant number of other year-end activities, including W-2s, some closeout that needs to be done, activations for the supplemental retirement plan, the work that was associated with the implementation of board policy 2900, some SAP upgrades and packets, as they call them, that had to be done. So there was a significant amount of work, and then just, not enough hands to do all that significant amount of work, let alone this. So, and when we determined what needed to be done to process these particular stipends, it takes and is taking more time, coordination between HR, as you pointed out, IT, and payroll than we had initially anticipated. In hindsight, we could have been more forthright with our colleagues and whatnot, but we believe we could get it done, and we simply didn't. So we're now looking to, and we will get this done. It's not a question if folks who have performed a service will be paid. That's not in question. But the
Can
time,
I,
we're trying to accelerate the timeline, even from the one that I publicly stated to our faculty today.
I don't want to be accusatory as I tend to be. I like to see the statistical difference or the numbers of employees we're employing in these various divisions, and the numbers compared to what we were doing 5 years ago. What's the different number? What are the totals? Are they less, more than? It begins to become questionable when those numbers are about the same, if not more, yet we're unable to answer some things like, I believe there was a comment made by someone about requesting a particular form be responded to, that we're taking 8 months and some districts are taking a week. Because if the numbers of people we're employing are the same, then there's a question about efficiency and management of the operation. But if you've got a significant number of fewer employees performing these tasks, so I'd like to see the data is exactly what the size of these various divisions are, comparatively speaking, from that time to now. Because I think there has to be more done relative to efficient management if the numbers are the same or even larger. Because we're talking about excusing our inefficiency by not having enough people. I've heard that so often over the years, it's become trite. So we need more data. I'd like to see more data in terms of the number of staff members, the size of these divisions, and their size relative to maybe 5 years ago. Because I don't think we get a real handle on the problem until we can identify exactly how large a resource we're dealing with.
I would say just a quick response on Mr. Moreno. We can certainly run data and do unit by unit comparisons from 5 years ago to today, but that would also assume that the nature of the work is the same, and in some cases it's not. IT is I think, perfect example of the kinds of positions, the work that's being done now compared to 5 years ago. So while the numbers, the numeric, quantitative picture tells part of the story, I think what's equally important is to describe the nature of work. And Dr. Bowen, that will take some time. So that's
I understand that's not a February 2nd.
Yeah, it's not a February 2nd.
Okay,
So
I understand.
thank you, sir. All right.
Trustee, I as that was happening, I was like, yeah, that's not February 2nd. Okay. Trustee Fong? But before that, if you could work and keep Trustee Moreno updated on how that's going, so to make sure that he's fully informed. I apologize, Trustee Fong. Trustee Fong.
Thank you so much, President Bona, and thank you, Chancellor, for the report. Thank you, colleagues. We've heard a number of concerns about enrollment and really looking at how we can continue to be hyper-focused on enrollment. I'm really curious. We've approved a number of contracts with marketing firms over the last few months. So I wanted to get a sense as to where we are with those efforts and really getting a report back on that, and really appreciate the working efforts of the board and the organization on really making sure that we're targeting enrollment. But I heard a number of college presidents mention that they're emailing other folks, but I really want to see what we're doing around texting, around engagement with our students that are not coming back, and how we can really continue to be hyper-focused on those efforts. Great info on the adult education piece and the ethnic studies piece. It's good to see a lot of progress there, and we got to continue to advocate and push for resources from the state, but also looking at how we can continue to amplify and support these efforts and around workforce training, job training programs as well. Today, we've had a number of good examples around that, how we can continue to amplify that. I think is critical as we look at offering programs that will resonate and offering programs that really make sure that we're engaging our faculty partners and everyone in this process. And thank you, President Bona, and to my colleagues. Thank you for the great report, Vice Chancellor Corner, on the IESS updates as well. Trustee Henderson, great agenda that you've laid out. So thank you, President Bona. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor.
Trustee Henderson, anything?
No, I just want to thank the Chancellor for the report. And like everyone else, just get regular updates in terms of other trustees' concerns that have been presented.
I just have one, and that is that we, have continued, as Chancellor, you mentioned, really adhering to the county guidelines on higher education. I think that's something that I would appreciate if we would spell out a little bit more, to the community in particular. And if, as Board of Trustees, obviously we have the ability to not do that, that's an option, but at the end of the day, we've been adhering to that. And I think so far it's provided a safety mechanism for the district. So if we could put that on a website or whatever we need to do, and you probably already do, if you do, I apologize, but I just think like communicating that more often would be great.
Got it.
Yeah.
If I may respond, Dr. Wilma. First, our most up-to-date district policies, county policies are on our front page of our website. And so that's, we've done that for the last 20 or so, 21 months now. But interestingly, if the board takes action, which we hope that they will, to extend, include booster in board policy 2900, a communication will go out tomorrow. It's already prepared, Dr. Vela, to go out to all LACCD communication on testing, on telecommuting, on county health policy, et cetera. It's laid out so you're underscoring the need for constant, consistent, clear communication that is heard, and will continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which leads me. So I'd like to see, in terms of where a chart, very simple chart, where the district campuses, where the campuses are with regard to the prioritizations of the 4 general specific areas of Black/African American studies, Asian American AAPI studies, Native American studies, Chicano studies, and Central American studies, right? So as you're looking at this upcoming year, where are they on their prioritization, right? Because a job doesn't happen without the prioritization process, right? So it would be important to know, for instance, if we're at 0 Native American studies positions, are there Native American studies positions, opening up at Mission College, at East LA College, at West LA College? Where are these positions? Because that will tell us. So just a simple chart, and the analysis will be logical from there. Not much analysis will need to occur other than looking at those numbers. But we are moving on. I think we've asked everyone for their feedback, and in terms of making sure that everyone is content, maybe not pleased, but content with the responses. I can only promise content, not being happy. Happy is very different. So we're moving on to the consent calendar. Board members, we now have for review the combined consent calendar for J1 through W7. These items include consent calendars for Human Resources, Personnel Commission, Academic Affairs, Student Services, Budget and Finance, Business. Are there any items which require additional information? Which state, please state the item number on the agenda where we may find it. So we will start with our virtual board members. Trustee Hoffman, anything?
No, nothing.
Vettis? Trustee Vettis?
Yeah, President Bona, I have 4 items. How do you want to hear it?
Why don't you?
Actually, I take that back. I have 3 items. One of the other items I marked here is on the regular agenda, so I can ask the question then. But for the 3 items here, do you want to just go by one, or do you want to?
Just give me
what's your preference?
Just give me your list, and I'll note it.
Okay, Q1, R4, and S5.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes, J3, J5, and K5.
Virtual. Trustee Henderson.
Nothing.
Vela. Trustee Vela.
Nothing.
Trustee Fong.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see. Do those who pulled item, I mean, you're looking just for additional clarification, Trustee Vettis and Moreno?
I am.
Yeah, a couple of clarifications, a few are questions.
Okay, so we'll start with Trustee Vettis.
Do you care which item?
No. Q1, R4, right?
Okay, we'll take them in alphabetical here then. So Q1.
Council, question?
I'm sorry?
A motion and a second.
Oh, we need a motion. I need a motion and a second.
Wait, we've always pulled consent calendar to discuss before we voted.
That's true.
This has been a practice of ours the whole time. We don't need a motion in a second here, I don't think. We've always pulled to get more information.
I understand we can do it either way. We're told by general counsel. We're not pulling the items. We just have questions on the items. We'll have questions on the items and then deal with it in that way. But we can go either way for just in terms of the opinion that we're getting for next time or whatever. So Trustee Vettis.
Okay, so Q1. I know this is a brand new building. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen. I just like an explanation of what biological delivery system is for drain maintenance, and if this is a one-time cost or is it going to be an ongoing cost, and if this is going to be, if this is something that's only at Trade Tech Culinary, or if this is something that's also required at our other culinary arts buildings and programs.
I think
okay.
Vice Chancellor, we're looking at Vice Chancellor Smith, right?
This might be in our contracts unit. Let me ask Ms. Moffett to move forward. It sounds like it's a maintenance agreement, Mr. Vettis, which means it's an annual cost. I don't know enough about the biological delivery system. Let me see if somebody does on the team. Otherwise, we'll have to come back. But it does sound like it's an annual cost for this particular.
Yeah, it's listed as an annual. Like I said, it's just something I've never seen with our other culinary arts.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, and it has come forward, but again, it's a brand new state-of-the-art building. We have lots of pride in the space, and it just on the title itself is described as a,
Perhaps if I can, let me ask President Vanderwood in the room if you could let her in, give her a moment to see if she's got someone on the team or staff. That's a very specific question. And I want to make sure we give you the right answer. You just hold on a moment.
Sure.
Do you want to go to?
Yeah, could we go to R4, Trustee Vettis?
Okay, R4. R4 was campus-wide telephone services. Just out of curiosity, and this is a 6-month. Is this temporary, or is this long-term for mission, and is this the best way to handle telephone needs?
Okay, let me ask President Ornelas to get on the line and to give us a response there. So we'll get her on, and then we'll move on to S5.
Yeah, let's go to S5 and see if there's another president. S5.
Okay, S5. S5 is the Narcisa Polonia consulting services. I just wanted to check on a few we're sort of out of the norm here from at least my experiences. I mean, this is not the first time we've contracted with Narcissa. I think we've done it under her past role at ACCT, and I think we've also recently done it for an issue last year, the year before. But typically when we go through providing professional services, and I imagine this is for the board goals, the 2022 board goals, don't we typically do this for a year as opposed to 6 months? That's question one. The second is just trying to understand the rate. The rate appears to be a bit higher than we've paid in the past. At least I know in the past, even the rate for her when she was there in the past just seems to be higher than normal. And then I think I just wanted to ask a question about the kind of support that's necessary for her to be able to accomplish whatever it is that is going to be sort of the final outcome. She's from moving from ACCT to her own sort of personal office. Just curious about back office support and other kind of support systems that are in place there, which are sometimes challenging with individuals who have their own consulting services. So if there's somebody there that can ask, and I may actually have a follow-up question on that one based on the answers.
Sure. So I'll answer that one. So along with that, that one should have also included working on Chancellor evaluation. She's not going to be doing the Chancellor evaluation. She's going to be working with board leadership to offer us support in that entire process. Because as we're going through board goals and Chancellor evaluation, the board needs independent resources in order to do that. Dr. Polonio's experience is going to be used for that, and board leadership had a discussion with the Chancellor and with Dr. Polonio about that. So the back-end support is not necessarily to conduct the Chancellor evaluation, but in support of us in the analysis component.
Okay, and the length of the contract?
Well, because we are perceiving and projecting that the amount that the work will generally be from the through this fiscal year.
So typically we've done, typically we do a mid-year review and then we have a final review. So as it's listed here, we only have 6 months worth of work.
We may only need her for 6 months. We're projecting that right now.
But so how are we going to manage the 2022 board goals?
The 2022 board goals are being done in these 6 months. If after 6 months we may need her to come back, then we'll have a new contract coming in.
I don't know if I take that answer as appropriate, trustee. Isn't 2022 12 months, not 6 months?
Yes, but the board goals are being set, and the majority of the evaluation is occurring in the first 6 months.
I'm sorry, trustee. I don't know if I've tended to agree with that based on the last 10 years of being on this board. We typically create board goals, we go through an assessment, and we're implementing the board goals each and every step of the way. I'm just trying to understand, how we've gone from a year process to now a 6 month process. Then I've also heard you just say that if we need to re-up this contract, that'll happen for the second 6 months.
Yeah, Chancellor, do you want?
I think that's the current discussion, is that there's going to be quite a bit of front loading of work over the first 6 months. So this contract provides the opportunity for the board to do that, to work with Dr. Polonio, who is a board governance professional and has worked with this board before. And so if we will assess whether or not further work and what kind of work, we have a very defined scope of services that is illustrated in the item there. But it's at this point, Mr. Vettis and members of the board, it's intended to be a 6 month contract, and we'll further assess, the board will further assess whether the services will continue to be needed and what types of services. But initiating the facilitation of the board 22 goals is the first order of business.
Okay, well, then let me ask these questions here, because we do have highlighted here student, staff, housing, district foundations, general interest. Those two are called out in particular. Curious as to why we didn't call out accreditation, why we didn't call out enrollment management. And secondly, since this is a 6-month, how are we going to assess success of this contract? Is there certain deliverables to be presented to the board, or is it just sort of, what's the accountability mechanism? I should say, because I don't see it per se. The cost, if we were to say that this contract is essentially duplicated again, beginning July 1st to go to the end of the year, then at the same rate, we're talking not to exceed $140,000. That's probably more than we've ever paid for this kind of consulting services for the board. But if I'll take you at your word, if you say that it's front loaded, so perhaps the second contract is substantially less than that. But how do we assess the completion of goals? What are the deliverables? What are the standards that we're using to assess that the 6 months are acceptable? And again, it doesn't specifically call out accreditation and enrollment, which I probably would assess are the two most significant discussion points for this board in this upcoming year. But it's not called out here. I think I can infer maybe it'll be part of the 22 goals, but the other two items are called out. So I just wanted to make sure they're on planes of similar standard and priority.
So as I understand the question on the deliverables part, well, Dr. Polonio is beginning her engagement with this board now. I think that should be I think fair question of to work with the board to ensure that the expectations are met. I think first and foremost is to create a cogent, well thought out, and accurate document that it represents the interests of the board for its 2022 interests and its goals. That's perhaps the first deliverable, and then facilitating the board's capacity to understand, support, and carry out those particular goals. And of course, the third deliverable, I think, will be, as Dr. Bona pointed out, to provide support to the entire board of trustees as a consultant who's got a vast experience in the community college space.
I guess let me be clear with the question then, and my concern then is one, we're looking at a 6-month contract. We have a couple of other items like accreditation and enrollment that are not listed at the same level of prioritization. We've been told here that most of this is front end loaded, but we still don't have a clear sort of sense of what's going to sort of be the accountability component to it. I want to say that, partially because in our contracting and professional services processes, what's our threshold in order to have a proposal as opposed to just doing a non-compete clause? What is that, 93,000, something like that?
It's in the mid-90s, correct.
In the mid-90s. So if we're not very clear with this, and it's just sort of like a contract and the intention's just to roll over and do another contract, we get to the point where we're starting to talk about, well, why didn't we receive proposals at the board level to assess what's the best approach? I mean, I think we've typically had these things be sort of the goodwill of the current president, and contracts have ranged between $20,000 and $50,000 through the year to do these kinds of things. This one just seems substantially different than what's occurred over many, many years. But I want to be honest in the approach, and I want to be thorough, and I want to understand what it is that we're trying to do and what it is that we're trying to get as an end result for this. And as I said, in enrollment, we've all expressed a concern. It's a big concern for all of us. And certainly when it comes to governance, there's no time in the Board of Trustees tenures that governance is more to question than during accreditation periods. And so as these things come forward, like I said, I just want to be very thorough in the way that we, present these kinds of things and coordinate the activities that relate to essentially board goals and governance processes that are here. So I don't feel totally comfortable how this is listed and how it's structured. I think certainly if you can, tell me that, this is all going to pretty much be front loaded and be done, and there's just a little bit of follow-up work here, but if it feels like it's a duplicate contract, then we're now talking about $140,000, which should have been, we should have actually considered a few other proposals as well.
Do you have a question or was that a statement?
I don't see deliverables, and I see issues with only 6 months of a contract when the activity is essentially supposed to be for the year.
Okay. So leadership has looked at it. We're comfortable with it at this point, and I do believe that I don't see it going over the threshold. And if there's a follow-up, it'll be a low follow-up. That's the answer.
Okay. Well, can I ask a quick legal question then?
Okay.
General Counsel, since this is essentially going to be within a year, what is our board, if our board policy is in the mid-90s, if we were to come back in June, essentially what is the maximum value of contract that we can consider since we didn't bid this one out?
I think you're referencing bid thresholds, and this is professional services contracts, which don't have to be bid. They're exempt.
No, but we didn't, we're not doing a process here. We're just essentially appointing an individual.
You can hire a person to perform professional services, which is what this is.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is, what is the threshold amount before we essentially have a procurement process?
There is no procurement process for professional services. It's exempt from the procurement process. You can hire a person based on their ability to do the work, and the cost is what it is. There is no specific threshold at which we have to go out to bid on professional services.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that clarification.
Microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, it was my error. I was thinking mid-90s was is that public procurement?
That's for construction.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, that's my error. I'm sorry for the confusion, Mr. Vettis.
Okay, so that's fine, but I said, like I said, I'm still sort of stuck on the fact that we're only doing a 6-month contract when we've typically done year contracts for board goals. I mean, if nobody has an issue with it, I mean, I just, like I said, it's these are the kinds of things we typically do for a year to cover the year, and in this case, we're doing 6 months.
You have any other question on the matter, or would you like to move on to R4?
I don't have any questions there. I would say that I don't think that can be a consent calendar item. So I'm not sure I can support it.
Q1 R4 or S5?
S5.
Okay, thank you. Do you have who has?
I had Ms. Moffitt come in the room. Could you add anything, Ms. Moffitt? Thank you for joining us with respect to the professional services contract that we're discussing here.
I joined regarding the maintenance agreement, but yes, the professional services contract, we have a not to exceed amount of $70,000 for that particular contract over a 6-month period. In the past, if we needed to extend, if the work was not completed, we did a no cost extension on certain other agreements. So I'm not sure if that provides any assistance or help with answering the question on that. But if the work isn't completed, we generally there's a request for a no cost extension.
Okay, thank you. And going to Q1, if this satisfies the board, or have received information from President Vanderwood that this is the regular drain maintenance and chemical cleaning with the onset of the new building. So this is a maintenance agreement, usual and customary for buildings, Mr. Vettis. So this is what this is. It's a $33,000 annual maintenance agreement.
Okay. Any answer?
And then R4.
R4, I think I see Dr. Dennis on the line. If I could have her pipe in. that would be helpful.
Hi, Trustee Veras, this is simply an extension. As I understand it, the district is in the process of procuring a district-wide contract for all the colleges to have the same telephone services. Ours expired last December, so we're simply extending to align with the district-wide contract.
No, thank you for that. Actually, that was the genesis of the question, because I knew we were going through these, I forget what you call them when you do the computerized telephone systems across the board. So appreciate that clarification to get caught up so everybody's on the same page.
Mr. Vettis, want some additional technical backup? Vice Chancellor Litz is available.
No, it's fine. As long as we're headed to, as long as this brings mission to where everybody else is going, I think that's an acceptable response.
Okay, thank you.
K3, okay, on Trustee Moreno's questions or questions K3, J5, and K5.
Yes, thank you. The first question is really simple. Is I believe we've made a selection of a firm to run both the selection process for Mission College and Pierce, I believe. Is that firm? Have we used that firm before? And if so, for what presidential?
Okay, I'm going to go on memory here, but yes, we have used PPL Inc. before. We are asking them to run both the LA Mission and LA Pierce College search processes. They have used we used the firm for West Los Angeles College, for LA Southwest College, for LA Harbor College, and if I'm not mistaken, LA City College. So it's a firm that we've used quite regularly. They did compete. They're part of the number of firms that we have on our bench when we have this particular need.
Do you evaluate the results of that selection process, and not only with regard to the result itself, but the process that was undertaken? And were there any criticisms that were discovered in terms of our process that we had with regard to their services?
Yeah, no, not none that surfaced to the top. It's a professional firm. They've been incredibly thorough with both the recruitment of qualified applicants to the point of shepherding the process with the screening and interview committee, to the point of hosting and screening for town halls, or what they call public forums. And then they, as noted, perhaps the strongest part of what they do, besides getting a strong pool, is that they conduct a very, very thorough reference reports for consideration. So no, all the search firms that we've used have actually, from the process standpoint, have been excellent firms.
Much of the what are they costing us? Maybe I didn't see it. I should have looked at it.
Yeah, roughly $30,000 to $35,000 per search.
You know, at one time we used to conduct all of our process internally, but the issue that we, much of it is clerical in nature and coordination and that kind of thing. But I believe one of the major reasons was perhaps the ability to recruit candidates.
Right.
If there's more knowledge out there than we have at the time, although we did a pretty good job, and many years ago we did a good job of promoting these vacancies internally without going to an outside consultant, and then setting up a meeting with the community is not a difficult task. But then the follow up on the references, I guess there's more flexibility they have than we would. But is that really worth that amount of money, given what we could do internally? Given really what we're looking for, in my opinion, is their ability to obtain the references and perhaps do some recruitment.
Yes, good question, Mr. Moreno. Actually, I do think that the resources that are expended to find a permanent leader of the college is well worth the investment that is being recommended here. in addition to the functions that you mentioned, I think perhaps and it's not just finding the pool, but it's actually following up with candidates, talking to candidates, encouraging them to apply, assisting with the process itself.
So we can expect then to be able to evaluate them based upon the success of the president that we hire.
Well,
in other words, you know, since depending upon them to do the additional work you just defined, which gives them has them play critical role in determining whether the candidate we finally end up with meets all of our criteria, and there's no unknown situation that we can then hold them accountable. You know, some firms actually are penalized or we're not penalized so much, but are responsible for paying salaries if there's any problems with they end up recommending to us.
Yeah, that's correct. In most of the engagement letters that we have with these firms, there is a clause that says if it doesn't work out within the first year of employment, that they return the fee or a portion of the fee. So there is some of that accountability that is involved.
So there is a clause, you said that they must pay a portion of the fee?
That's correct. Yeah, that's
or the entire fee?
That is correct. I would need to look at that carefully, but that's what I recall. There's you know, they guarantee their product is what they're.
Well, I guess I'm so tired of approving consultants. I just have to question them all.
Okay.
But one of the important aspects of this is that I want to keep their feet to the fire. We hand out money for their services. They walk away, and then we suffer the consequence. I want to make sure that they have some skin in the game.
Yeah.
Would you make absolutely certain there is the proviso that should we have any questionable results, that there would be something they lose in the process if they do not do the adequate job of researching, preparing us for that candidate?
I will look at that, but I would remind, yes, the ultimate responsibility for hire is on us. They can prepare us for that. But yes.
That's precisely why I'm talking about this.
Okay.
Is we do have the ultimate responsibility.
So noted, sir.
So again, I'd like to see that happen, whether that be held up until you get that information. I don't really, as long as it is in fact included. And I hope that the other board members would agree that we have to make certain that consultants are doing more than just consulting and walking away, that they have some skin in the final product. So I guess my comment about that particular process, or those two processes.
Thank you, Mr. If I may continue the conversation just a moment, I want to make sure, I'd like to recommend the board that we proceed. If we need to amend the current engagement letter, if that proviso as you described is not in there, we will make sure that it is in there. I don't want to delay this any further. I'm charging the committees both at LA Mission and LA Pierce College this week. And so I'd like to ask for the board.
I agree. I'm not trying to stop this or slow it down. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything possible, that people are going to doing a good job, not a
okay.
Good job.
Okay.
Did we answer your concerns on that? Was
I think so in part. I don't know if I can get it answered and not slow the process down, because I think we need to have some teeth in the agreement. We have, they're gonna be more diligent about looking at candidates' backgrounds and information about their success or lack thereof, and that we don't find that subsequently to our hiring. We need to get information from them directly. And I want to make sure that they know if they fail to do that, they lose something, including monetarily. And that's my preference, but I don't want to slow the process down.
Did that answer J5 and K5, Chancellor, as well? That was all.
I don't have anything else to. That's so noted, Mr. Moreno.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Again, another pet peeve of mine that keeps cropping up, and I don't fully understand how we can continue to grow our institution when you look at the data about enrollment decline, and the most recent data is frightening. Just in a comparative 2-year period, we're looking at 40-some% in some institutions, which is on top of a decline of the previous 3 years. So at some point in time, we've got to take recognition that when somebody talks about having adequate staffing, adequate staffing for a certain size institution, right now we're about a half or a quarter of, or a third, excuse me, and that's a little bit too much, maybe even less than a third. Yet we have not done anything about reducing the other aspects of our operation, including our staff and faculty, sad to say. Well, right now we're going full bore as though nothing is wrong and are adding more and more liability for what would eventually be a major, major catastrophe. So I am concerned about an item that we have before us is again another indication that I think of apparently a lot of money and not a lot of service. And that is this item that has to do with the safety and emergency services manager, which is a management position. Otherwise, that wouldn't be defined as a manager. I'd like to know first and foremost, what is the person managing and who reports to the person that would make this person a manager? Then also, well, three things. The other item is, as you look at the duties that's described in the background, anything that just says you consult with or you are creating a new classification that has what are these buzzwords? Working with certain protocols, improving, and all this nonsense. But one of the problems is that I'd like to know what the heck they're responsible for doing. And then the third item is, didn't we hire a position after some other event in a nationwide arena that we have employed for us that I don't know what the person does, but we have a full-time employee waiting for some kind of an event. What is that title of that position that we hired in response to some gun incident on campus?
Active shooter training.
Yeah, what was the name of that position that we hired?
Okay, Ms. Moreno?
Yes.
Okay, let me begin the conversation. Let me ask Dr. Nish, who oversees our campus safety and security throughout the district, to chime in. I've got 2 points to make. Back in 2015 or so, this body, the Board of Trustees, commissioned the Blue Ribbon Campus Safety and Security Commission. As part of that commission, it laid out a whole series of recommendations to the district for additional bolstered campus safety and security in light of the active shooters that were occurring, or shootings that were occurring throughout the country, and in looking at our campuses and where they might be vulnerable to safety issues. So as a result of that Blue Ribbon Commission, this position now occupied by William Ramirez was constructed to provide additional support for campus safety and security services throughout the district. Since then, as you all recall, last year plus, we began a process to do another assessment of campus safety and security as it related to the upcoming RFP.
Excuse me, Chancellor, what was the title of that position that you identified?
I'll ask Dr. Nish to give the exact title. I don't want to misquote. I just know the person who was in there. So when she gets on, she'll give you the specific title. Just to conclude my sort of introduction to this discussion, when we engaged and are engaged very, very shortly here with an RFP, a full RFP for district-wide campus safety and security services, this board directed me to engage in a campus assessment of need. We have done so. The result of that need in particular calls out for a position, the one that you are seeing here. So let me take it from there. That was the report that was conducted last summer and distributed. So let me ask Dr. Nish to get online and to take it from here. First, let's start with the title of Mr. Ramirez's position, and then some rationale justification for this Director of Safety and Security Services that was a result of the recommendations that we heard last summer. Dr. Nesh?
Yes, thank you, Chancellor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. To your question, Trustee Moreno, the title of the position that was created to address the blue ribbon panel concerns, and specifically the concerns of active shooter incidents, is the Safety and Emergency Services Manager. That is not a new position. What you see in this agenda item is that that position, its salary has been reduced. When this position was created, it had an augmented salary as it was the only position in the district that was a district-wide safety-related position.
Now, I shouldn't even interrupt you, but I'm confused. You say that the title that Mr. Ramirez is that occupies is what was that title?
Safety and Emergency Services Manager. You see that in the item, which is K4. It is not a new item. It is included in that item because that salary has been reevaluated and has been lowered given the addition of a new position, which is the Director of Safety and Security Services. The manager would report directly to the new director.
Is the new director in here?
The new director is there. It is the first job classification you see in the item. It says Director of Safety and Security Services. That is the item to establish a new classification. But in addition, the item asks that we reallocate the salary for the Safety and Emergency Preparedness Manager. And it would be a reduction in that salary.
I'm sorry, I read the, well, where's the director position? I don't see that.
The director position is the first one. If you are looking actually at the screen, this is the one you see first. Director of Safety and Security Services.
Is that an item on the agenda?
Yes, sir. It's item K4.
K4. Goodness. And K4. Well, that's the one I'm. Oh, I see. Well, that's the one I was questioning. Yes. Okay.
Yes. So there are two positions that have come to your attention from the Personnel Commission. The first request is to establish the new classification, a new position for the Director of Safety and Security Services, and secondarily, to reallocate the salary for the Safety and Emergency Preparedness Manager. The Safety and Emergency Preparedness Manager is not a new position. That is the position that was created by the Personnel Commission and approved by this board some years back in response to the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But my concern is that I guess it is really the director's position. So again, my question was having to do with who reports to the director other than the manager.
Well, that's a very good question. The Director of Safety and Security Services will have the day-to-day responsibility to liaise with the security provider. At this point in time, that is the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, Community College Bureau. Additionally, the Director of Safety and Security Services will be coordinating with the VPs of Admin Services that work directly with the sheriff's personnel on the campuses, as well as the coordination of the classified positions that work with the cadets and additionally will oversee the development and implementation of the centralized operations center and any staffing that will be required for that center. And we anticipate there will be a small number of classified staff that will need to be redeployed from our current operations or new positions. So they would have under their direct supervision immediately the manager. They would have within the first year probably another 2 to 4 persons working in the centralized operations center. And of course, they would have a dotted line daily management responsibility working with the campus personnel and with the security provider who currently is the Sheriff's Department.
So is this then on top of, this is additional salary on top of whatever our contract is with regard to our police services on our campuses?
Yes, sir. The Director of Safety and Security Services is a new position.
Plus all the additional staff you've identified that we are going to anticipate building.
We anticipate that we would need 2 to 4 additional staff for the centralized operations center. That will, of course, take some time for us to implement. That may be staff that we reallocate from existing personnel. We have not determined that at this time yet.
The problem with this situation is with regard to the problem with this position is whenever you have the primary duty as being a liaison or coordinating rather than managing, you begin to have a questionable menu of duties. My concern is that we are adding additional staff that at a time when we really could handle these kinds of situations within the organization itself. We understand the limitations of what the evaluation was concerned over. The bottom line is that I don't believe it's an appropriate time to add more staff or build an empire, since right now what you have identified is the person in charge, and he happens to inherit a subordinate, and then he starts building the empire below him. That is not the way to build an organization. We are not have the ability to do that right now. And I am terribly concerned that we're not being creative in our ability of distribution of our services and our managerial responsibilities so as to incorporate some of these same duties. I would suggest that board members look negatively on this classification and the development of the structure, only because it's going to leave us a far greater liability with no positive impact on our major situation of a declining enrollment. Matter of fact, this becomes another mouth to feed in a very difficult time. And I believe very shortly, if you haven't seen the statistics, we're going to be in a condition of the worst condition this district has ever been in. And it doesn't look very good with this most recent data. So I would suggest we hold off on this classification until such time as we can begin to afford it. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments before we make motions? Then board members can vote and they can record their no on items as well. So may I have a motion and a second?
President Bona, I'd like just to pull S5 for a separate vote motion.
Oh, S5. Okay. Is there a second?
There's no required second to pull an item off.
The consent calendar, and then we'll take S5 separate with a motion and a second.
Okay. So we'll move all items into consent except for S5. Any comments?
Oh, I didn't catch the motion in the second. Who made?
Oh, who's the second?
Trustee Wellna.
Yes.
I'd like to also make sure that we address K4 separately.
So,
one second.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we can. All right, so I'll take a motion and a second to move K4 first, then I'll do S5, then we'll do the rest of the consent. Motion on K4,
So moved.
second,
Second.
roll call.
Trustee Martinez.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
So a yes vote is approves K4, the new classification. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then yes.
Trustee Moreno,
No.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Veras,
I'd like to vote no, but I do have some questions that, actually, I'm just going to abstain because I do have some issues, not the same as Moreno, but different. But I'm going to abstain on this one.
So motion passes. Motion on S5. Is there a motion on S5?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote,
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson, Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
I'm going to abstain on S5 for a reason.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Veras,
I'm gonna vote no, but I'd like to state for the record that it's because I believe consultants should be for a yearly basis when they're doing yearly goals.
Thank you. May I have a motion on this and a second to adopt all the remaining items between J1 and W7?
Oh, second.
Second.
The second goes to Trustee Hoffman. The motion is Trustee Vella. Roll call.
Student Trustee Martinez advisory vote,
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
and Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay. Motion. So board members, we're now on X business items, X1 through X6. Board members, we will review items X1 through, are there any items which require additional information? Please state the item on the agenda where we may find it. I'm going to go back to our in-person group. Trustee Fong, is there any item?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Vella,
No questions.
Trustee Henderson,
No items, thank you.
Trustee Moreno,
No item.
Trustee Veras,
No.
Trustee Hoffman.
No.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second to adopt all remaining business items X1 through X5?
X6, sir.
Excuse me? Oh, X6, yeah.
So moved.
Trustee Fong moved, Trustee Vella
Second.
seconded. Roll call?
Student Trustee Martinez,
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
Trustee Fong,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella, Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Board members, we'll now move to item Y, facilities. Board members, we will now, are there any items between Y1 and Y13 that require additional information? I'll go back to our virtual board. Trustee Hoffman,
No, thank you for asking.
Trustee Moreno? You're welcome.
No.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes, I have a question on Y12. And if I can just get, because I do know that there was bid submitted. We do have a request to set the 4th as the time and place for the receipt and consider. So if we can clearly, what's going to happen between today and the 4th? Is it assessment and evaluation of the bids received, or what exactly?
Okay, so you're pulling Y12. Is there anything but Y12?
I haven't pulled it. I just had a question on what that was.
Is there any other item except Y12?
No.
Okay. Trustee Fong, is there anything? Okay, Trustee. Trustee Henderson. Okay, so we only have a question on Y12. So, Chancellor.
Yes, let me start and invite Dr. Smith in if you'd like to. But this is essentially we're asking the board for some additional time so that we can complete the evaluation and prepare a recommendation to the board. And we're asking that the board set May the 4th as the new date for the board's receipt and consideration of the proposal. So that's what this does. The previous resolution had different dates and whatnot. So we'd like to establish the dates of May 4th, 2022 at 3 o'clock so that we can have ample and sufficient time to provide a thorough recommendation to the board. So that's what this resolution does. It's different from what we'd asked the board to previously approve. So there's no other substantive changes other than the date. Dr. Smith, did I capture that correctly?
Yes, you did, Chancellor Rodriguez. And if you don't mind, I can actually fill in what we're doing in between now and that date. I believe part of the question.
Yes, please.
So what we're doing between now and then is we're pulling the panel together based on the panel. And getting together the evaluation of all the bids and the scoring criteria shortlist. The dates kind of just worked out that way to make sure we get completed and an opportunity for presentations at the board with the board.
President Buena, I have a question.
On Y12?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Dr. Smith, is there any possible way that you can also, before it goes to the board on May 4th, present it at FIMPOC?
Yes, that is what we will do is bring that to FIMPOC, and then the recommendation will end up coming back to the board as well.
Awesome.
We were under the assumption it may be considered an opportunity for FIMPOC or committee of the whole in time for both based on the board's preference.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Trustee Vettis, did we answer your question on Y12?
Yeah, that does, Dr. Smith. I guess I will note for the record that the last time that we had the 10-100 project, I believe it was a committee of a whole, and then I think subsequently it's been withdrawn. I think I'd like to say that this has been a long project with lots of sort of variations and lots of dialogue over time. But what I do think is there's an opportunity and time to come forward and to have the board give it finally its full consideration. Even though this is a new group of presenters, and that's important, I think all of us have sort of heard enough about this project and the proposals here for a long period of time. But that's why the accelerated timetable was used in the past, just because it had been something that's 5 years plus in the making, I think, is what it looks like. So, and it is an important sort of component for the district, and obviously a potential component for West LA College. So May 4th is fine. I think I completely understand what you're trying to do in the process. But one of the components having to do with film and television that's in looking at a handful of studies on the market, Dr. Smith, it's probably one of the most impacted spaces today. And there's been lots of legislation passed to help facilitate the construction of facilities. And I think it would be great to have that be part of your assessment and evaluations.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I've surveyed. May I have a motion and a second to adopt all items Y1 through Y13? Who's
So moved.
moved by trustee Fong? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by trustee Hoffman. Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote. Student trustee Martinez. Trustee Buona,
Yes.
Fong,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Villa,
Yes.
trustee.
Yes.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Passed. We're now moving on to Z, recommendations from the Chancellor, approval of board policies, chapter 3. Chancellor, will you please present item Z1?
Yes, Z1 and Z6, this is our ongoing transition of existing board policies to the league policies. So we're asking you now, we put these as first reads last month. So now we're asking to approve the format changes. The content is not changed in chapters 3 and chapter 6. We'll take each item separately. So we seek your approval, please. And I want to thank Mr. Jeter for leading the process in adopting our board policies to the league policies, which is the standard.
Counselor, I think I've always asked the standard question. Is there anything that you believe, again, the board members did review them. Is there anything here that you're a board member that you believe is going to materially change change something related to our board activities?
No, nothing. And you'll notice for all of these that have LACCD VP in front, those are the ones that I've taken the changes and reformatted it myself and put it on here. And nothing that will significantly impact the district. 99% of it is reformatting of existing board rules into this. Do you hear
Thank
me?
you. And Dr. Bell, if I may add that Dr. Nish has been instrumental in this
Absolutely.
as well. So thank you. I wanted to make sure I noted that for the record.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to note, yes, Dr. Nish, Council Jeter, interim Council Jeter, and the importance that's taken, and the board members that have taken. So may I have a motion and a second on item Z1?
So moved.
Trustee Vella moved. Second.
Second.
Trustee Fong, second. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Villa,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Chancellor, on item number Z2, I'm going to take it as your presentation is submitted.
Yes, same recommendation.
Okay. A motion and a second on item Z2. Motion?
So moved.
Trustee Vella moved.
Second.
Second from trustee Fong. Any discussion from anywhere in cyber world? Or present? All right. Roll call.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Henderson, trustee Hoffman,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Did anyone quit? Did you ask for my vote?
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
That's the first time in my 5 years that
that I've seen that happen, but that's a good catch, Trustee Moreno. We weren't trying to exclude you.
No, I could tell.
Okay, thank you very much. But
All
that,
right.
that did pass. Thank you very much. We're now into Z3, approve of board policy, suspend board policy 2410 and adopt policy 2745. Prior to the vote on Z3, board rule 2410 allows any sections of the board rule to be suspended by a vote of at least 4 members of the board. May I have a motion and a second to suspend rule 2410, which requires notice of proposed amendments in a prior meeting before action is taken to adopt an amendment to our board rules. And I know that's a mouthful, but I just want to make sure that well, one, do I?
You can do both in one item, both in 2745 and adopt 2410 in one item, or you can do it in 2 separate items or motions.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it in one item. That would be too confusing. Trustee Hoffman.
Can we get some clarification on this, like Chancellor or Dr. Corner?
Let me just say, anytime you have the word suspend and board rule, there's going to be clarification.
Yes, please. Clarification, please.
Yes, let me ask Mr. Jeter to talk about the procedural matter that allows for this suspension of the board rule. And then I will talk about what we're asking you to do through the new policy. Mr. Jeter?
Yes. Board policy 2410 allows you to adopt new board policies, but you have to do it in 2 meetings. The first meeting giving notice of the policy, the second meeting adopting it. Here, we want to adopt the policy without having to do the notice first. So we are suspending board policy 2410 so that you can approve 2745 in one action tonight.
So is this just a one-time thing? Because I normally would be I mean, I like the first reading, the notice, and then approving at another board meeting. So is this just for tonight? I'm not really clear.
Yes, Trustee Hoffman, it is because there's a sense of urgency. This relates to the vaccination mandate and the new county health orders.
Thank you. Okay, enough said. Thank you. Perfect.
This one has to do with the board evaluation.
Oh, excuse me.
The next one is vaccination.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you so much.
Okay, so basically we have two policies that we don't have notification on, is what you're saying. And we'd like to approve those tonight. That's the reason. Okay, that's good explanation. Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. From the standpoint of the board evaluation date, typically when we move to an annual calendar of board elections, as opposed to the academic year, our previous had set the board's goals and evaluation to be conducted in July. It's now, because of the calendar year, is to be conducted like we're doing now in January. So it's, anyway, it takes that incorrect time certain spot away from the previous board rule. And aligns it with our situation.
Can I ask?
Yeah, Trustee Moreno.
I'd like to have them voted separately.
Yes, we are. I mean, if you're not in support of the underlying policy change, that you're not going to be supportive of 2410 anyway.
Right.
Okay. So, Trustee Veras, I think I heard your voice.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a problem like adopting something that's with accreditation standards, but the date specific, I know even the new language that's listed there says each summer as opposed to July. Is there a reason why we did each summer as opposed to like annually? And I say that because clearly I think the summer period, whether that was a result of past elections or part of the budget fiscal year, we've just tended to do it at the calendar. We did at least the last 2 sessions at the calendar year. But are we doing it per fiscal term or are we doing it per essential board terms? Or what are we saying exactly? And is there an opportunity to strike each summer and just use annually and then allow for the board president and the board essentially to figure out what the best window to conduct this is? I don't know if it's, in the term of our office, because, we do change over every 2 years in December, or if it's each year annually because of the fiscal calendar. It's not clear on the board policy that's presented to us.
Thank you. I think my concern is, we're about to go over a COVID, in component. That seems like an urgency component. My biggest question on this is, I don't see the urgency unless, Chancellor, is there an urgency that we wouldn't do a first read, second read versus that? The COVID thing makes sense, right?
Well, you're engaged in the board self-evaluation this month in January. Dr. Cornyn, would you like to add to that? We're trying to comply with the accreditation, correct?
Correct, but this is also in concurrence with what Trustee Veras has said. The previous model actually listed dates, and we're trying to get away from that. And the summer is a typo, and so saying annually will correct.
Makes sense. So, Mr. Veras, thank you for that catch.
I think my biggest concern is, I'm not sure this is an issue about suspending board rules in order to get this done. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying that that going to Trustee Hoffman's point, does this mean if the board doesn't change this so that we could not do this?
No, you could. It would just be out of compliance with our board rule as to when we do it. The reason we put it up front is because we know that in a couple of weeks, we're going to engage in the board self-evaluation.
Right.
That's all. It just aligns with what we're actually doing. And please correct the typo that's on us. We'll just put annually.
So, any other concerns about this? No. Okay. So concurrent vote on 2410 and 2745 would need to would essentially, if you're voting yes, you're voting on 2410 and 2745. So you're concurrently voting on that, just so board members know that. Okay. All right. Is there a motion?
No.
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
No, did somebody say no?
No, that's all right.
I'll move to approve.
There's a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Moreno, did you have something to say on this?
No, that's clear. We're gonna talk about the other item shortly. That's okay. Yeah.
Roll.
Student trustee Martinez advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Bona,
No.
trustee Fong,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Kaufman,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
I abstain. I abstain.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Veras,
Yes.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, item 2410 and 2900. That's right. So prior to the vote on item Z4, Board Rule 2410 allows any sections of the board rules to be suspended by a vote of at least 4 members of the board. May I have a motion and a second to suspend Board Rule 2410, which requires notice of proposed amendments in a prior meeting before action is taken to adopt an amendment to our board rules? Counselor?
I'll move to approve.
And get a motion.
Okay. Trustee Hoffman? Is
Yep.
there a
Second.
second by Trustee Henderson? Counselor?
Yes, thank you. On your consideration of amending Board Policy 2900, it updates the definition of quote unquote fully vaccinated to include boosters, which is a new requirement of the LA County Public Department of Public Health, which is in their updated guidance to institutions of higher education dated January 7th, 2022. Essentially, it says a district employee or student will be considered to have been quote unquote fully vaccinated if the person receives both the initial COVID-19 vaccine inoculation and any all booster inoculations. Many students and employees have already updated their vaccination status and have voluntarily provided their booster status. So we thank them for doing so. But in order for us to implement this newly updated policy, which you're considering, the district will need to work through several steps, which include but are not limited to amending of the administrative procedure reflecting a future date of full implementation for students and employees. That's not yet been determined. We'll know that some will need additional time. And then the impact, bargaining with our labor unions. An MOU is currently in the process of being completed, which will provide a time off in order to access the booster. That's what we're considering. So I want to make sure that the board had that full information as you consider amending board policy 2900.
Okay, board members, I'll start off with in-person group. Trustee Henderson.
I just have, I think, two questions. One, regarding the employees and students that are exempt from this and will be tested regularly. Will the district continue to provide testing?
Yes, we do so now and we'll continue to do so.
And then you said that there's no date certain yet
Not
as
yet.
to when.
We need to work that out to make sure it's doable because folks will need to comply by that certain date. So we reasonable. We'll discuss it with our constituents or colleagues, and then we have to negotiate the impacts bargaining with our labor group. So we'll do that methodically.
Will we also discuss how or what that looks like in terms of we simply submit documentation as as they would when we do the regular check-ins, or will there be some several spaces on a campus where employees and students can go to scan something, or how will that have, will that be part of the discussion, what that looks like?
If I understand the question, Trustee Henderson, this is an additional record that they will be uploading in the C4 system. Right now, we're uploading our current vaccinations. This would be another upload for the booster piece. So it would not be anything additional, any additional forms. It'll be simply having a record and transmitting that record in the existing C4 system.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Trustee Vela.
No questions.
Trustee Fong.
No questions.
Trustee Moreno.
No questions.
Trustee Vettis.
No questions.
Trustee Hoffman.
No questions, but I don't think we have a motion and a second on this yet, do we? So I would move to approve board policy 2900.
Trustee Hoffman, we
Yeah.
do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, did we take them together in the same category?
No, if you just give me 1 second, General Counsel.
Yeah, there's a motion by Trustee Hoffman, second by Trustee Henderson.
Yeah, so Trustee Hoffman.
I thought that was to suspend the board rule. Okay, that's fine.
Together.
Okay, I didn't realize. Thank you. No questions.
Oh, student trustee.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Do you have any concerns?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Trustee Martinez, advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Fong?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson? Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Moreno?
No.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Up to notice reports and informatives. Board members, there is one no action is required. One second, board members.
Oh, this is relates to chapter 4, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Jeter? Yeah,
for
chapter
the
4,
board
it's-
policies for chapter 4.
So we will take this up for board action next month. It's just a notice that chapter 4 is being revised and we
Got
have your eyes on it for next month.
Okay. Now we're up to public, any announcements and indications of future proposed actions by board members, by members of the Board of Trustees?
President Bona,
Yes.
I would like for staff to prepare for a committee of the whole in February for student basic needs and also facilities needs assessment. Thank you.
Is that both are, will both of those be?
Both
committee-
will be in the same committee of the whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Henderson, is there anything?
None right now.
Okay. Trustee Fong?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Trustee Hoffman?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. Trustee Vettis?
Just one question, General Counsel. I did, I abstained on item K4, but really because I have a question I'd like to ask in closed session. Do I need to, since it's agendized already, do I need to notice anything or say anything if I ask the question in closed session?
Well, in order to ask the question in closed session, it has to be something posted on the closed session agenda. And I'm not sure that it is. Let me recall what K4 was.
It was the classification,
Yeah,
emergency service classification.
yeah, it would have to be posted as a closed session item, and it currently is not.
Okay, I'll ask the question to the Chancellor and then we can follow up that way.
Very good.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Are there any persons sign up to address the board on closed session?
Mr. Chair, I wasn't asked whether I had any comments.
Well, let's see. Comments, it's announcements. Do you have announcement? Not a comment, but you can give
Or
a
no, I didn't. I wasn't asked if I had any announcements.
That's twice today, Trustee Moreno. So
I know. I know.
we'll have to deal with that. So it's maybe
The answer for the record is no.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments on closed session items? Crystal, are there any comments?
No, sir, no one can speak for closed session, for closed session item.
Thank you very much. So we're gonna recess to closed session. The board will recess to closed session in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code Section 54950, and the Education Code to discuss matters on the posted closed session agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.5. May I have a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved. And President Buelna, can we have a 5-minute break?
We need to have the motion for, we're gonna do 15 minutes.
Oh, good. Okay, so moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, do we need roll call on that? All right, see no opposition. We are adjourning to closed session, and we will get back. We will, please be on your Zoom in, let's see, 5:32, 5:50. Let's say 5:50. Okay? All right, thank you very much, all of our virtual friends.
Order.
Yeah.